If you play Devil May Cry 3.
I really hope that doesn't get me copyrighted. Hi, Jack. Not good. I've had a terrible couple of days. I lost some weight. LP does it get? Don't know. 5 likes, 7 people waiting early. Let's go. I know. I posted like the lead up to the stream hours ago as well. Like way longer than I usually do. Hi Irish. Hi Firewagon. Hey Ruru. Some might do say winter is coming, correct? The sound is a little cooked. Me? I'll turn off noise compressor and see. Unless it's got a completely different microphone. It does!
Alright, now I shouldn't sound as cooked. And I'll put noise compressor back on again. There we go. This happened last time when I was trying to play Dark Souls with chat, and for some reason it copied my my earphones microphone. Hi, Sig. We good? Yeah, we're good now. Anyway, I've had a terrible couple of days. terrible couple of days. What's been going on? Wasn't the plan to do 2 gaming streams this week? Yes. But life happens. First thing, my bulb exploded. And I've got a fucking large roof, so trying to get up there to replace the bulb is going to be a nightmare. I've been sick for the past couple of days. I just got laid off my job. Ophi's had her kittens. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 like it was last time. 5 fat fucking kittens. So overall, terrible week. Terrible fucking week. Terrible week to be Joshua. Joshua J. Kirbs. That's rough, buddy. Ain't it fucking just? So we're probably gonna boost up the live streams from 3 to 4. Your cat is now a tyrant. Maybe. Damn, lively week. A little bit. Just a little bit lively. But that doesn't mean some good news hasn't happened. I've been rereading Lord of the Mysteries. I'm currently on chapter 13 of that. Because I spent all fucking night last night making sure Ophi was okay. So that's good. And a little topic to begin the live stream with. We got this! And how do we feel about it? Because I think this is the best promotional art web novel have produced for Shadow Slave so far. Actually, how many of y'all have seen this? Or know about this existing? Because it only has 1,800 likes. Well, yeah, it got uploaded 13 hours ago. Which comic is debuting this summer? Which means we've got about a month to 3 months of waiting for this to finally drop. I've come across it, but I don't use Insta that much. I don't like the pointy edges. I do. But it looks fire. I saw it, to be honest. The community did. I don't know what the community thinks. I only stumbled across this on my explore page. I was like, oh, that's some sick Shadow Slave art on my Instagram. And then I saw it was on the actual web novel account. I was like, ooh. I don't love how the spikes are different length. And the middle one being too arrow-like for my taste. But overall, looks great. Yeah, I do think that middle parting could have been a little bit wider. Probably about, like, twice as big, honestly. Or wide. But bear in mind that, I think it looks sick. And the fact that it's coming out in the summer, kinda neat. Oh my god. Fucking ears are itchy as hell, what the fuck? Ah. But that's the only real news I got for you today. Anyway, we're gonna try and boost streams to 4 a week now, because no work. So we're ready for 1 chapter per month. You mean 1 chapter per week? And even then, it's still gonna cover like 3 chapters worth of the actual web novel itself. You're jobless now, are you alright? No, I'm mad. I'm angry because it was the stupidest fucking reason to get sacked. He doesn't look too buff, but he doesn't look too scrawny either. I guess we should be happy with anything, yeah. That'd be about as fast as Josh is reading that. Go fuck yourself. Okay? Okay, there's no need for that much slander on my name. My reading comprehension is better than most. It's just that I suck reading out loud. You have my fucking broken ass teeth and fat tongue and you try and read out loud. And dyslexia. Prick. You fucking asshole. But from where I read up to last time, with you guys, it was the ball. For me, because I've had a bit of a week, I only got up to chapter 812, which is free? I don't know. I don't know how many chapters that is from last stream. As a Load of Mysteries, long. Every chapter's still far too long. Now's the time to read since G3's on a week-long break. Right! Oh boy, a lot of people have had a lot of opinions on Volume 11. And God, they will not shut the fuck up about it. Oh my days! Trying to fucking... the information and that's been a nightmare. But luckily, I only know one thing, which all of you also know as well, being the child. weird shadow child that Sunny has now. Oh yeah, he finished the volume. Yeah, chapter 3000, I believe. Volume 11 was great. Those are the things I did read, though. People were ranking the volumes with only general summarization of the thoughts. Must have been tough for you. Incredibly hard. Especially having a few mutuals that do read Shadowslave on TikTok as well. Been tough. Has anyone read Jeffrey's previous work, Freefall? Because I did yesterday, and holy shit, I did not know that he could be so fucking sad and emotional. Crazy to see his growth. And now we have to deal with several autistic people that don't know how to handle their emotions. Honestly, I think he's just fit into his thing quite well. But yeah, I see people throw volume 11 within the top 5 volumes right now. I've seen a handful put it like 7, 8-ish. But bear in mind that everyone has it like all over the place. I found the shout-out. Not much. You missed this, which I totally forgot to switch. You missed this little announcement for the art, and that's pretty much it. It's the only thing you've really missed. You don't know details about the child, so you're good, I guess. Yeah. Sunny has a kid. Yes and no. I was blank. Yeah, it's definitely top 5 for me. That's the general consensus. Everyone's like, yeah, sure, it might be recency bias, but I feel like even after a while, people are just going to be on a constant high for this volume. Which is good. When everyone told me, it kind of fell off a little bit after volume 7. I was a bit upset, but now volume 11's got people's hype back up for the series. It's made me proud. It's made me happy. It's made me excited to go read and carry on the series. So can't complain. I can, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I can be excited. Speaking of excited, I feel like we should just open this up really quickly. What chapter are we on? 8-12. I feel like it's the same synopsis the readers of One Piece have. The weekly readers don't appreciate the vision as a whole, whereas those who read the volumes have a much better appreciation. Yeah. Who with then? Because judging by haven't gotten Nephis' reaction comment, not from her, Sunny out there cheating on her. Yeah, but getting influenced by others won't do you any good. Exactly. I feel like that's just the cardinal sin of being caught up, though. Like, you just get the raw reaction from fucking everybody. Speaking of getting caught up, we have 2,000 chapters. 2,200 chapters to go. So, let's carry on to read with chapter 8-12, Naval Convoy. I need Spotify to fuck off. Spotify music, too loud, too low? By the way, just in case. Too high, too low, what are we saying? Because I'll turn it down to that. How long do you think you will catch up? A while. Like a good while. Probably by November, if I had to take an educated guess. Maybe sooner, actually. I don't know. But because there's 18 of you, you might as well subscribe and hit the like button. Help the stream. Help me flourish a little bit. Alright, now let's actually get into the reading. Chapter 8:12, Naval Convoy. As Sonny already knew, water was the optimal way of transporting cargo and people across the vast distance. Human civilization had always made the use this property to its benefit. The early paths of trade and cultural exchange, and therefore progress, were situated among great rivers and later shifted to seas and oceans. That had led many prominent civilizations sent to being situated along the various coasts. However, humanity had regretted that fact daily when the water slowly crawled forward and devoured all the beautiful important cities. Even worse, once the nightmare spell appeared, seas and oceans became infested by terrifying nightmare creatures. For that reason, very few populous settlements were situated near water. The further inland they were, the better. Humans still needed to make use of the convenience that only the ocean could provide, though. For that reason, there are many fortified ports in each quadrant. Sonny was looking at one such port. Even after experiencing the dread and grandeur of the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles, he could not help but to feel a bit of awe. The port itself looked like an unassailable fortress, with tall walls rising from the waters and various fortifications protruding far into the bleak waves. Colossal cannons were aimed at the horizon, ready to bring down hell on anything that would dare approach the crowded harbor. Various spell-tech defensive measures brimmed with energy. He had no doubt that there were more hidden underwater. Much more impressive than the port itself, however, were the ships. Sonny froze when he saw them. Around 40 metal leviathans were anchored along the shore, each more than a kilometer long. Fucking hell. As they were tall as a castle. The hulls bore such thick and heavy armor that it seemed strange that these mountains of steel were stayed afloat. Some seemed shiny and new, but most bore a deep, giant, ugly scar. Many normal plates were bent and contorted. While some were deformed by the unknown titanic blows, each ship possessed a plethora of armaments ranging from heavy artillery cannons to rapid-fire anti-air guns and sub-noise mortars. Rows of rockets, missiles, and torpedoes could be seen in the hidden nests. The main cannon seemed specifically fearsome. Most of them resembled oversized railguns that stretched the whole length of the vessels. Each of the railguns was capable of propelling a heavy kinetic round with such a ferocious speed that barely any human structure would have been able to survive the impact. Many not even have a whole district would. The ships rested on the water, slumbering like stumbling giants. Looking at them, Sonny couldn't help but to shiver. Humanity was accustomed to regarding the awakened as most of the... Okay. Humanity was accustomed to regarding the awakened as the most deadly weapon, so it was easy to forget how the mighty and destructive mundane people could be with the help of the right technology. Sadly, the technology grew less and less reliable against nightmare creatures of higher ranks. Fallen abominations could more or less shrug off the most devastating of bombardments, while corrupted ones were capable of surviving nuclear blasts. Science couldn't explain the principles at work in these instances, but plenty of imperial evidence had been gathered to ruinous results during the early days of the nightmare spell. So despite how impressive the 40 steel leviathans looked, Sonny knew that the ships alone were not enough to brave the ocean, unless they were complemented by awakened fighters and guided by the Nightwalker Navigator. Even those floating juggernauts weren't capable of surviving the journey to a different quadrant. Still, Sonny couldn't help but to admire the slight majesty of them. One thing's for certain, that train is nothing, as it turns out. As he stared at the fleet, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. "Hey, Sonny, welcome to our small port." He turned his head slowly. Master Jet had not changed. She was still the same confident, beautiful, with raven black hair and cold, icy blue eyes. Her usual uniform was gone though, replaced with a deep military trench coat. It was as a satisfied smile upon her lips. The crowd of people parted as she walked closer and glanced at the anchored ships. I keep saying arched. Impressive, aren't they? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, now that I see them, I'm starting to understand why we're going to evacuate 800 million people from Antarctica. The Soul Reaper shook her head. Don't be so sure. This is one of several convoys that is going to sail to the southern quadrant. They are going to deliver the first evacuation army to Antarctica, load up a few million of the refugees and sail back. And if everything goes well, by the time the ship is returned, the mobilization would have already started. The fleet will bring us reinforcements, but more civilians abroad, and repeat the process as many times as it takes. She shrugged. She sighed. Of course, there's more or less a 0 chance that everything will go well. Even if it does, it will take us at least a year to gather everyone. If we are still alive by then, who knows? Maybe we'll be all overwhelmed and devoured by the abominations in the first few months. Sonny glanced at her, his expressions bleak. You really know how to raise morals, don't you? Raise morale, don't you? Master Jet grinned. Nah, don't be too serious. In any case, I'm really glad that you decided to join the party, Sonny. I really needed someone who I could trust by my side. Don't get me wrong, my other subordinates are all honorable and accomplished warriors, but they're not you. He blinked a couple of times. That's very cute, by the way. I didn't know I was so special. She looked at him and then shrugged, started walking away, prompting Sonny to follow. It takes a certain kind of person to face the very depths of despair, and still continue to fight. You're one such person, Sonny. The Soul Reaper glanced at him and added in a voice was devoured by any humor. And we will all experience a lot of despair in the coming months. I have a feeling. I love how much respect Jet has for Sonny. Why the fuck are there 26 of you? I take a step back to look at my fucking view count. There's 26 of you bastards. What the hell? There's this many of you. You better hit the like button. You better. In the end, it only takes one. I feel like this is going to be the arc. I've never really spoke about what I think Sonny, or I've never really displayed my output on what I think Sonny's arc is going to be here. I think this is going to be the arc in where Sonny realizes two things. We can do better. 26 watching, only 11 likes. We can do better than that. That's what I'm saying. There's almost 30 of you. Come on, let's keep it up. Let's hit the like button. This shit's fun. And liking tells me you enjoy it. Anyway, this arc, I feel like, is going to tell me two different things. This arc is going to establish to Sonny personally something that I have been a big advocate for since the end of Volume 4, being that Sonny's going to realize how fucking dangerous he is. I don't know what it's been about him recently. To be fair, he has had nothing but his ass kicked over pretty much the entirety, like the end of Volume 3 and all of Volume 4, basically. But I legitimately don't think he understands he is a threat of threats. And I think he's going to learn that here. And then, yeah, conviction. I think he's going to realize that... I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I think he'll realize that mundanity will be enough for his conviction. Like, wanting to live the mundane life that he has is conviction. But that's just me. Anyway, let's carry on. Chapter 813. The First Evacuation Army. What the fuck? Okay. MasterJet led him to the armored military PTV that stood a few meters away from the crowded platform. It seems that vehicles access to this part of the station were heavily restricted, but she paid it no attention. Apparently, her rank and status trumped some of the rules. The PTV itself was very different from the civilian models Sonny was accustomed to, as well as the heavier police cruiser that he had ridden on occasion in the past. It was as much more robust and irregular, weighted down by several layers of composite armor and entirely grounded. Even if the vehicle possessed limited levitation abilities, it was perfectly capable of traversing natural terrain on into the cabin, towering humanoid loaded robots moved in the unloaded cargo from the train, piloted by servicemen, who could have been seen to open cockpits and crude exoskeleton platforms, were devoid of armor and failed to reach the smoothness of motion, scale, and sophistication of the military siblings, but they were more than enough to platform various labor-intensive utility tasks. 1 minute. When that got said, this is the only thing I could see. These fucking things. These fucking things from Avatar. That's the only thing I can imagine when he said that. That's the only thing I can fucking see. Fiverr, piss off. Terrible ass platform. Anyway. The PTV roared to life, startling Sonny. It seemed that the distinctions from civilian models were more pronounced below the surface. The system propelling the vehicle forward were entirely different, producing much more noise and vibrations. Also the raw power. The PTV shot forward, narrowly avoiding several barriers before reaching the primitive cement road that led to the port. As they came closer and closer to the naval fortress, Sonny was able to study the swarm of activity boiling all around it. Currently, the port had become a staging ground for the mech's greater force than it was designed to accommodate. Much greater force than it was designed to accommodate. Thousands upon thousands of government servants and soldiers were busy with frantic preparations for the approaching deployment. Numerous recently assembled prefab buildings stood in the neat squares, some meant to provide the personnel of the 1st Evacuation Army with the temporary place to live, some serving as storage depots, production hubs, training facilities, field hospitals, and so on. A lot of heavy machinery were constantly moving between the squares, either transporting cargo or participating in the disassembly of various structures. Despite the impressive scope of the military camp, its makeshift and transient nature was apparent to the naked eye. The army was already busy deconstructing many of the buildings in order to move the compounds to a hold of the 40 battleships. Thousands of humans swarmed the camps like ants. Sonny saw a lot of non-combatant servicemen hurrying to accommodate their tasks, as well as plenty of soldiers busy with training exercises and drills. Some of them were awakened, but most were mundane humans. There were all types of specialist units in view. Engineering corps, mechanized infantry that moved around the fearsome exoskeleton armor suits, artillery vehicle operators, and many more that Sonny could not name. He even saw several mobile war platforms that resembled giant cyclopses forged from metal ranging from 6 to 10 meters in height. Fucking Christ. Future tech is scary, dude. That meme takes us uncomfortably close to the mood. Did I miss something? Did I miss something whilst reading? Oh, I can't move chat. That's not fun. Chat has died on my side. Oh no. Can I do that? There we go. I got it working. We do not need to mention the moon. Why? Because the Asterian's there? Okay, that's cringe. Anyway. Where was I at? These humanoid robots and their pilots left an especially strong impression on him. They were nothing like the primitive loaders he had seen a few minutes ago. Even though Sonny knew that the machines were built and operated by humans, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was looking at the hulking nightmare creatures. Slowly, the scale and scope of the upcoming operations started to dawn on him. Sure, he had known the approximate number for a long time, but knowing and seeing were two different things. Don't pay us attention. Who's the man on the moon? No man is on the moon. From what I understand, there's plenty of men and women on the moon. It might not be easy to get to anymore, but from what I understand, there's still like a civilization up there, no? Or is that Mars? What did Jet say? Was it Mars or Moon? It might have been a moon. I don't know. Fuck it, whatever's easiest to get to. Anyway. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice. You said that there would be several such convoys? Master Jet nodded as she easily controlled the PTV. Yes, 4 for now. 2 will sail to the northern quadrant, one from both Eastern and Western. Each will transport around 100,000 soldiers to Antarctica in the coming month. That will also include the 20,000 awakened and 50 or so masters. Drastic difference in numbers. Drastic difference in numbers. Don't get me wrong, we have seen firsthand what an upper scale awaken looks like compared to a mundane master, which is an astronomical difference in strength. But still, that is a gnarly difference. That there were colonies on the moon, but it is safe to assume that they've been wiped out. Oh. Oh, that's what she meant. Got it. There was a colony on the moon, and it's where the first gate opened. That should be the official info. Where you're at. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it was heavily insinuated that shit went down on the moon, and that it's just objectively not safe to try and get up there anymore. But I didn't know about the first gate being on the moon. That's kind of sick, actually. Kind of sick, kind of makes sense, though. Anyway. She paused and then added, if the mobilization goes well, we will eventually have at least 60,000 awakened and anywhere between 100 and 300 masters participating in the evacuation effort. Sonny took a deep breath. These numbers, while the amount of mundane humans being sent to Antarctica was much more immense, it was the latter who gave him a pause. 60,000 might not have seemed like much, but it was meant that a quarter of all awakened in the world was going to be concentrated into one continent. And that was without even counting those who had already been based in the southern quadrant. The numbers of masters was even more unbelievable. 300 was more than half of all ascended alive today. The government was truly pulling out all the stops. Such might. But was it all going to be enough? Sending so many awakened to war would inevitably leave the other 3 quadrants with lesser protection, and their inhabitants more exposed to the vagaries of the nightmare spell. the pressure of the existing infrastructure was bound to increase dramatically after the flood of refugees reached the stronghold of humanity too. It was all such a mess. Looking at the thousands of people moving around the temporary camp, Sonny couldn't help but to wonder how many of them would be coming back. He had no choice but to wonder if he himself would survive as well. Even though the members of the first evacuation army seemed trained and disciplined, he could see hints of fear and uncertainty hidden deep in their eyes. There were people, these people might have been dedicated and professional soldiers, but none had ever faced the kind of threat that they were going to throw themselves against soon. Funnily enough, Sonny, despite his young age and lack of service record, had come much closer to this kind of warfare and was much better prepared to withstand its horrors than most of the hastily assembled army. Finally, he felt something that he had felt something that he had not felt even once since learning the approaching disaster. The weight of responsibility slowly settling on his shoulders. Sonny sighed and mentally shook it off. What nonsense is this? Master Jet looked at him, lingered for a moment, and then asked, So, when do I get it that beat? Okay, it looks like my old idea was correct. About him learning about responsibility is gonna be correct. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be really fucking fun to see him do that, and then finally understand what Nephis had gone through. Do you guys have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior historian? More like Spoiler King. Dog, I don't know fucking dick and shit about historian. I only know his fucking name. Lord of Quibi. I mean, I can make someone else mod, if need be. If only temporary. Hey, Arlen. Arlen, do you want to be mod for today? Just say yeah. I would have given it to Harsh, but he's not been around recently. Only his name, huh? Thankfully, yeah. No, man, I wouldn't be talking about him at all. I can be, but I'm not caught up, so I can't catch all the spoilers. That's fine. All you need to do is, if everybody just spams in chat and be like, spoilers, then yeah, you can just delete the comment. Bear in mind that, you should be fine. Wait, I'm gonna make sure it's actually you. Yep. There you go. Arlen is now a standard moderator. Then you're a member stream anyway, so yes. Chapter 418. Nope. Wow, stroke. 814. Special Company. Once they entered the confines of the port fortress, the human traffic lenses to a considerable degree. However, there were still plenty of people around, all moving with determined haste. Master Jet parked the PTV near the blocky, low building and entered the hatch to exit. Breathing in the cold winter air, she closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. After that, Soul Reaper glanced at him with a grin. Actually, you arrived just on time. The officer roster of our company is more or less full as of a few days ago. So we were about to hold our first briefing. It was supposed to start half an hour ago, but I postponed it to grab you from the train station. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh? Master Jet nodded. Everyone more or less knows how much you can do, so I'll bring all of you up to speed in one go. Granted, the rest had more time to prepare, not to mention the fact that they'd been in the government for years. Don't let those old dogs intimidate you, though. Sunny smiled. Do I look like someone who's easily intimidated? She glanced and laughed. She glanced at him and laughed. You do, actually. That's one of your advantages, as far as I'm concerned. Being underestimated is always a boon. She walked forward in a brisk pace and said without looking back, the paperwork can wait for later. We'll get you settled and proceeded after the briefing. Usually would have not been allowed anywhere near the classified information without proper clearance and documentation. But these days, proper procedure has taken the back seat to efficiency. Plus, there are very few people who can resist my charm. Jet knows. She knows what she's talking about. Sunny had hurried to keep up with Master Jet as they entered into the low building. After cutting through several checkpoints without anyone daring to look directly at the Soul Reaper, let alone say anything about the apparent civilian she was dragging into the guts of the military bunker with her, he understood that her status and reputation truly trampled procedures, at least to a large extent. Not only mundane humans, but even Awakened treated her with fearful respect. Even an occasional master they walked past seemed to give her face. He hesitated, then asked with curiosity, "Can I ask what exactly your official title is in the First Army?" Master Jet glanced at him and smiled. "Why, I'm a colonel. Well, I am now Colonel Jet, senior officer of the First Awakened Irregular Company of the Northern Quadrant Corps and the Evacuation Army. Kind of a mouthful, huh?" Sonny blinked a couple times, then reached into his memory of the government force organization and hierarchy. He had studied the topic a bit before leaving the city. Wait, aren't companies supposed to be in command of captains? Colonel is 3 or 4 ranks above that. It's just one step away from being a general. Soul Reaper nodded. Usually you would be right, however, titles and authorities become messy when Awakened are involved. As a rule of thumb, Awakened are 1 rank above what they would have been as a mundane soldier. That's just for normal ones, though. As irregulars, we will exist somewhat outside of the army's hierarchy, so our status was bumped up to reflect that. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Outside the hierarchy? What? He hesitated and then said in a subdued tone, I am not sure what irregulars mean. She flashed him a smile. You will be in a few moments. Together they entered an elevator that brought them deep underground. Master Jet led him through a winding corridors of the military bunker and then pressed the palm of her hand against the complicated biometric lock to open a thick alloy door. Sonny found himself in a spacious chamber that housed a large round table. 5 individuals had already seated around it, quietly waiting for the start of the briefing. When Master Jet entered, they all stood up and saluted her. It was that when Sonny realized that all of them were ascended. 3 of them were men, the other 2 were women. The oldest master seemed to be nearing his 50s, while the youngest was only slightly older than Soul Reaper. All of them wore serious expressions on their faces and looked at her with a somber respect. She waved her hand. At ease, we're all ascended here, there is no need for the ceremony. The masters hesitated for a few moments, then relaxed and sat down. Master Jet unbuttoned her navy blue trench coat, then threw it on the backrest of her empty chair. Sonny let out a heavy sigh, then made sure to look somewhere else. His cheeks suddenly started to burn for no apparent reason. As it turned out, his new superior had dismissed her usual uniform in favor of a tight-fitting black bodysuit. In fact, all the masters present in the room were wearing one. It made sense. People like Sonny and them had no need for an army-issued armor. They would all be using their memories in the field. A bodysuit like that would be easy fit under any type of enchanted armor, so wearing it instead of the uniform was not only more convenient, but also practical. That didn't make it easy on Sonny, though. There were a few places he could rest his eyes without potentially getting into trouble. It was torture.
How I envy Sonny.
How I envy you, boy. I've got to wait years to see this come through. The fuck are you saying? Ugh, leave me alone. I wish I was that bodysuit. Dog, you don't understand. Master Jet sat down, prompting him to do the same. As much as Sonny was flustered by the black bodysuits, the rest of the Ascended were similarly confused by his civilian clothes and age. Finally, one of them glanced at Surreaper and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, who is this young man? Is he a new adjustant?" She glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Gods no, this young man is Master Sunless. He is the last and final addition to the command structure of the First Irregular Company. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of Ascended, but he also has a higher kill count than most of you combined, so give him a warm welcome, I guess. What a fucking lobby up from Jet here, oh my days. Oh my days. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of an Ascended, but he also has a kill count higher than most of you combined, so give him a warm welcome, I guess. Overlap like crazy. Oh my days, Jet. Big sister activities if I've ever fucking seen it. It's more like a torture art gallery. Yeah. Sig out here with the clean conscious. The start of the Aura Farmer Sunless. The start? I think the start was when he looked at Mordred and said, "You'll fear shadows." I think that's the very beginning of his aura farming journey. Fear shadows? Yeah, exactly. That's the beginning of it, definitely. Chapter 8:15, The First Irregular Company. The five Ascended were surprised by such a colourful description, but quickly got over their shock. No one seemed to have their doubts about Sonny's credentials, and for that simple reason, they were no weak masters. Every person who had chosen to challenge the second nightmare and survived was an elite by definition, so his rank was only proof of competence. It was only the proof of competence he needed to be accepted by them. That was not to say that the government officials felt threatened by Sonny's accomplishments. All of them were experienced, battle-tested fighters, specialists. They had well-deserved confidence in their own capabilities. Master Jet looked at them and smiled. "Since we've already started, let's get introductions out the way. Some of you may know each other, while others are relatively new faces." She sat down in line, introducing each of the Ascended that were going to serve the backbone of the First Irregular Company. The oldest among them was a muscular man that seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Of course, as an Ascended, he looked incredibly well for his age. Master Randall was mature and grizzled, with grey hair and a full beard that perfectly suited his chiseled masculine face. The black bodysuit lay snug against his well-pronounced muscles. Everything about the man told him he was seasoned, a consummate soldier. His presence was solid and steady. Master Randall might have not fought side by side with the members of the first generation when the spell had appeared, but due to his age, he most likely witnessed the descent of his children, the descent as a child. His well of experience was a great benefit to the company. In fact, one would have expected him to be in charge instead of Soul Reaper. However, even if the man had any thoughts about the matter, he did not let them show. The gorgeous woman sitting next to him stood out among the group of masters due to her good nature, friendly demeanor. Master Jess looked almost the opposite of Master Jet. She had a straw blonde hair, a healthy tan, sparkling blue eyes, and radiated a strange feeling of warmth. Coincidentally, she was the closest to Soul Reaper in terms of age. No one would have called the beautiful blonde soft, though. Her tall, slender body brimmed with energy and barely suppressed strength. The relaxed attitude hit a sharp and cutting edge. This master seemed to be not only enthusiastic about life, but also about combat and the carnage of battle. She was a formidable warrior, without a doubt. So were the others. The third woman among the officers of the company was called Ascended Winter. She was in her late 30s and seemed to be the most calm in the group. Her curly hair was dark brown and tied with a simple ponytail. Sunny didn't know what color her eyes were because, strangely, the woman wore a pair of polarized sunglasses, even though they were currently deep underground. She sat in her chair in a pose so relaxed that it almost seemed inappropriate for the important meeting. Her beautiful face was aloof and nonchalant. The sleeves of her bodysuit were rolled up, revealing toned forearms and a solid tattoo that turned one of them into completely black. If not for the fact that Master Winter had stood up to salute Soul Reaper when they had entered, Sunny would have thought that she was fast asleep. The man next to her seemed to have the same tattoo, hinting that they were, or had been, members of the same unit in the past. He was the same age as the female colleague, with honest eyes and a gallant bearing. There was a dark stubble on his handsome face and black circles under his eyes. Ascended Dale seemed to be a steady Stuart warrior. Sunny did not know for sure, but felt that the man's aspect had at least some relation to defense protection. He sensed if Master Dale decided to stand his ground, very few things in the world would have been able to move him. The last officer of the First Irregular Company was slightly older and stood in stark contrast to Master Dale. His cold eyes, inexpressive face, and chilling gaze all expressed one thing. Master Davis was a killer. He seemed like one of the most offensive-orientated masters of the bunch, but that quality was not without subtlety. On the contrary, it seemed to be steward, quiet, and absolutely deadly. Sunny suspected that Davis was what he himself had once wished to be, the kind of fighter who utilized cunning and stealth to destroy the enemy from one surgical strike, thus avoiding the trouble of having to withstand retaliation. Together with Sunny and Jet, the 5 members were going to lead the First Irregular Company. Coincidentally, just like Soul Reaper, each of the 5 Ascended had a nickname. Master Randall, Jesse, Winter, Dale, and Davis were also known as Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride. Okay. Sunny was the only person without one, which made him feel slightly jealous. Well, I can always go by Mongrel. He blinked. What? No, that's a terrible nickname. And an even worse idea. Who said that he needed a nickname? He was perfectly fine being called Sunny anyway. After the initial introductions were complete, Master Jet glanced at them again and said, "We will get to know each other's aspect and combat abilities later. That is not too important for now. Anyway, since I expect all of you to act independently of the rest more often than not, now, let's get down to business. Today I will bring you up to speed about the projected composition of the First Irregular Company, our purpose and guiding military doctrine." She pressed something on her communicator. A large projection appeared in the middle of the table. Sunny studied the large archipelago with a prominent landmass in the east. Master Jet lingered for a moment and then continued. But to do that, you would have to understand the general shape of the upcoming operation. All of you already know this is Antarctica. She gestured at the projection. All Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. Huh. Right. Okay. That's interesting. It's not gonna finish in 1,000 chapters. There's too much stuff that we need to go through. How many masters do you think will survive the campaign? That may be true, but he's being optimistic. He's gonna end it when he feels like ending it. I'm reading Noble Queen now. Interesting companion novel. Guilty Free Guide, the author, and okay, the law. I think we're going to probably leave Antarctica with more masses than we entered in with, most likely. If I'm going to be real with you. And that's almost entirely because of how the world seems to want to work from this point forward. But I wouldn't be surprised if they left with less. But that would also fuck up the whole hierarchy. The only thing I'm actually surprised about is there being, like, no saints. Like, not one saint so far. But I guess I'm expecting too high of things from Clan Valor and Song. Chapter 816. 3 phases. Master Jet gestured at the projection. All of Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and Antarctic Center. West Antarctica was mostly submerged in water and consisted of a scattering of islands, some of them small, some of them large. East Antarctica was one large landmass that was peppered by the numerous lakes, with the predominant mountain chain in the middle of it. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow landmass that rested between the two, occupied almost entirely by the tall mountains. Saints belong in the clans, and they're staying out of it. Yeah, I know. But there not being one saint that worked for the government that's going to be on the Antarctic is sus, I'll say. Sus. Ooh, he doesn't know it yet. Considering how important this mission is, yeah, exactly. We have 1 billion people, roughly, almost, that we're going to need evacuation. I feel like a single saint would be helpful here. Especially leading the charge. I feel like one of the most skilled people on the face of the fucking planet would be helpful here. Soul Reaper continued. West Antarctica is mostly devoid of human population, so it presents a little interest to us. The Antarctic Center is the administrative and technology hub of the quadrant, while East Antarctica is the largest and most densely populated region of the continent. She paused for a moment and then added somberly. The first evacuation army is going to set sail in 2 weeks. We will reach Antarctica 2. Maybe 3 weeks after that. By the time the chain of nightmares would have already be starting. Local garrisons are already experiencing an increasing number of manifesting gates, but the number will explode by the end of March. After that, we will keep growing. Master Jet stared at the projection for a bit and then said calmly, no matter how many soldiers we send, we won't be able to contain the flood of nightmare creatures that entered through these gates. This is something that we had never happened in history before. Even the Great Wars of the First Generation fall pale in comparison to the Chain of Nightmares. Don't forget that almost all abominations back then were of a dormant rank. We aren't that lucky. She sighed and leaned back and crossed her arms. According to our scientists and diviners, the massive gates is going to be the second category and the third categories. That means awakened and fallen and even corrupted nightmare creatures. In numbers greater than anything we've ever seen. Of course, something even worse can happen, so we're not going to try and contain them. The faces of the masses slowly grew dim. Noticing it, Soul Reaper shook her head. Oh my days. There are better ways to achieve our projection. Once the army makes landfall, we will split into 3 parts, with each part pursuing a district objective during the first phase of the operation. One of the objectives is to turn a small number of select cities into fortified evacuation centers that can withstand the siege of nightmare creatures for months or even years ahead. Master Jet pointed at several points of the map and then continued. The second objective is to relocate all the external human population to the centers, where we will wait and turn to the broad of ships, where we will wait and broad the ships. Neither the relocation nor the wait are going to be a short process. Finally, the third objective is to establish and maintain the evacuation quarters for the relocating citizens. Once everyone is safely behind and established perimeters of siege strongholds, the first phase of the operation will be considered complete. Sonny tentatively raised his hand. Yes. He glanced at the other masses with a dubious expression, then asked, "Why are we waiting for the disaster to strike before we start evacuating people? Wouldn't it be easy to get at least some of them out right away?" Soul Reaper gave him a rueful smile. That's because everyone was convinced that the event won't happen for at least a few more years. Our level of preparation is wholly inadequate, and there is no established means to start the evacuation prematurely. In short, the government was caught with their pants down. The deployment of the First Army is a messy and slapdash affair, which means that it makes a lot more soldiers that are going to die as a result. Make no mistake though, this is the best that we can do considering the situation. Sunny sighed and then nodded in understanding. Master Jet glanced at him and continued. After the first phase of the operation is complete, the second one will commence. By then, the second evacuation army will have already fully formed and arrived with 2 reinforced the depleted First Army. This phase is simple, which is not to say easy. We will pull back all of our forces to siege the capital and hold them for as long as it takes to evacuate every civilian. After that, the third phase will result in a complete exodus of humans from Antarctica and the consequent heavy continental bombardment. The southern quadrant will cease to exist. Right. She took a poignant pause, and then smiled darkly. And that is the gist of the operation in broad strokes. Now, for details, you must have already summarized from the name of our company. It is going to play a special role throughout the 3 phases of the evacuation. The first irregular company will now be tied to any existing ballotation regiment or division. We will not be supporting or leading any of the grunt soldiers. Instead, we will act as elite irregulars. Soul Reaper leaned forward and looked at them with her icy blue eyes. Each of you will be in charge of a cohort of some of the best awakened warriors in the government employ. The cohorts will act as semi-independently and respond any overwhelming obstacles that threatens to slow down the evacuation. Whenever the mundane soldiers or the awakened counterparts encounter a problem that they can't handle, we will be sent to resolve the situation through any means necessary. The room suddenly became very cold, and so did Master Jet's expression. What it means is that we will be thrown into the most dire, bloody, and hopeless flashpoints of the entire operation on a consistent basis. Unlike the regular soldiers, who will most likely have time to rest and recover between battles, we will be enduring a constant succession of rapid combat deployments until the evacuation is complete, or until we all die. That is why the first irregular company is not only allocated 7 Ascended, but also why these Ascended are the absolute best that we have. Each of you is an elite among elites. Make that count. She studied the faces of her subordinates and then raised an eyebrow. Any questions? Master Winter suddenly raised a hand, revealing that she was not, in fact, asleep. When she spoke, her voice was unexpectedly relaxed. What's our logistics situation? Is there going to be any food? Are we going to spend months chewing on monster meals? Like, usual? Alright. That kind of leaves the situation in Sunny's hands a lot more complicated than I thought it would have been. First of all, it confirmed my joking idea that Sunny's going to be taking up a more leadership role than he has done over the past couple of volumes. But that's only entirely in the sense that, like, he needs to kind of understand Nephis in a way that he never understood it before. So that's interesting. I really hope this cohort's interesting, though. Interesting in comparison to, like, Sunny, though. Like, they can't just be, like, a group of Jets and Kais and shit. That's cringe. That's stupid. I wouldn't like that idea. But I would like the idea of, like, a group of, like, really skilled Awakened that are capable of being something of importance to this cohort for Sunny. Especially knowing how strong Sunny is compared to others. Sunny's got a coffer, he can get normal food. How good of a leader do you think he'll be? I think he'll be a fine leader. I think he has plenty of good examples of leadership to take set examples from. Like, he himself was already basically a leader of a cohort by himself with his shadows, with Soul Serpent, Saint, and Nightmare now. But then he also has, like, basically being in, like, he also has two other examples of leaders in his life, being Nephis and Noctis, right? Two very competent and confident leaders. So I don't think I've got anything to really worry about when it comes to Sunny's idea of, like, being in control. Is he drunk? Yeah. Okay, got it. But for now, I think it'll be a pretty good idea. Also, I'll tell you all this now, because there is still 26 of you. We get the stream to 20 likes. Now, I'll show you the newly born kittens. I'll show you the black one, and I'll show you the white one with a special pattern on her face. 20 likes on stream right now, and you'll get to see 3 kittens. They grow on you. They're just not, they are just a fill-in for the original. Okay. I love his, leadership. It's amazing. Trust. Okay. Okay. I believe he'll be a good leader regardless. Again, he has plenty of good examples. Guys, like fast now. We'll get through this chapter, and if I look back and we've got over 20 likes, you'll get to see kittens. I wanna see kittens. Chapter 8:17, Captain Sunless. The briefing lasted for a while longer. The 7 Ascended of the First Irregular Company had a lot of things to discuss, and while a few nuances went over Sunny's head, he slowly gained a better understanding of the upcoming ordeal. That said, each of them had way too much to do before the naval convoy left the southern quadrant, so wasting precious time on the long conversations was not in anyone's interest. Eventually, the 5 masters left, leaving Sunny and Jet alone in the meeting room. There was a grim expression on his face. Sunny sighed and then glanced at his superior. I'm not gonna lie, all of this seems a bit overwhelming. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head dismissively. Don't be too concerned. You already have the necessary experience and qualifications to make things work. It is not like the others are better prepared to deal with something of this scope. Above all, we will all need the ability to swiftly learn and adapt, and that's how we will survive the unprecedented mass of the disaster. He looked at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Well, Master Jet put it like that. Yes, it seems it made sense to say that he was qualified to face the challenge of the Chain of Nightmares. The other irregulars might have been older and more experienced, but no one has ever lived through something like that. In the absence of the relevant experience, adaptability was arguably the most important. Why are you messaging me? This is really peculiar. What the fuck? Can you fuck off for 10 seconds? Okay. Whatever. In that regard, his young age and flexible mindset would have been called an advantage. Plus, Sunny had always excelled in being able to adapt to anything. Soul Reaper stood up and beckoned as she headed to the exit. Come on, let's get you settled. They moved to a different level of the bunker where some sort of administrative center had been hastily established in the recent weeks. The military admins were even busier than the soldiers above ground. The atmosphere of feverish, barely continued chaos hung in the air as hundreds of officers tried to juggle tens of thousands of issues as they prepared the army for departure. Maybe because of his haste, or maybe because of Master Jet's presence, the paperwork did not take long. To Sunny's astonishment, it took less than half an hour for him to officially become a government agent and the officer of the 1st Evacuation Army. He was issued a rank of captain along with other statuses and privileges of one. Sunny could not help but blink a couple times. Captain Sunless. Damn, has a nice ring to it. Without wasting any time, they moved onto a 20 likes and we get to see kittens. And we've got 20 likes. You're going to see kittens after this chapter ends. Congratulations. This will also be the first time Sunny will be responsible for a huge amount of lives too. There's that as well. Real lives as well. Without wasting any time, they'd moved to another level where Sunny had issues with a basic set of gear corresponding to his rank. Among other things, he also received a ubiquitous black suit. His communicator was already of a high grade government model, so it simply received an extensive software upgrade. As they waited for the routine procedures to be performed, Sunny and Master Jet quietly discussed business. So, what exactly happens now? She looked at him for a few moments. Well, you will have to do a lot of things to get ready for Antarctica. Don't worry too much and take one step at a time. She paused. First things first, in the next few days, you have to make several important decisions. Don't rush, and really think matters through before committing to a choice. However, don't wait too long either. The longer you take, the less time you'll have to accomplish other tasks. She gestured at his communicator. All the necessary features and permissions have already been added to your comm. Your credentials should have been added into the system as well, so you can access the data through it. Sunny checked the new feature added to the operating system of his communicator and nodded. This 20 likes thing felt like the vid where they said $1 can save a child. And then let a specific amount out of a van. There was a silence or else it is an announcement. That's fucked. Oh, Jesus Christ. So what exactly are these decisions? Master Jet smiled. First of all, you're an officer of an elite combat unit now. The masters of the 1st Irregular Company are entitled to receive a fair share of raw equipment and precious resources that the government has to offer. That said, each cohort has a unique and has special demands. To make sure that you and your soldiers are outfitted with not only great tools, but also ones that suit them best. A very generous amount of contribution points has also been added to your personal balance. She gestured to one of the symbols on the screen of his communicator. Your cohort will be provided with the basic set of assets, but on top of that, you will also be able to customize them and acquire additional equipment yourself. You can pursue what the logistics and supplies has to offer through the interface, as well as a claim whenever you choose. Of course, the inventory availability for the 1st Irregular Company is much more robust and exclusive than that of mundane units have access to. The kittens again turned into soul shards. Hey, how about we don't turn my kittens into soul shards? Thank you very much. Damn. Soul Reaper sighed wistfully. What you settle on is your discretion. You can decide to upgrade your personal gear with a powerful tool, memories, or even echoes. You can choose to equip your soldiers with better equipment instead. You can also assign points to comprehensively upgrade the technical assets to provide to your cohort. Hell, you can even convert all of the contribution points into credit and transfer them to your personal account. Not that I would advise doing something like that, of course. Sonny's eyes glistened. What do you think of Cassie's portrayal of Sonny originally? Because when I watched your video and you predicted that it would happen on the Forgotten Shore, I couldn't stop laughing. But it was predictable from the very beginning that she would learn his true name and then either her or Nephis would use it against him. When I found out that it was Nephis that said it and Cassie who gave Sonny the information, initially I was mad. And then you kind of have to grow to realize that Cassie is in a very similar position to Sonny right now, which is Sonny's actively trying to remove himself from the idea of fate, inevitably. Thanks G3 for personally confirming that one. But even if you talked to Cassie at that very moment, she would have told you that she was only making the decision that she thought was best for everybody else. And while Sonny treated her like a little sister, Nephis treated her like a human being and someone who needed to be put before them. And Sonny would have never done that in the Forgotten Shore. So even looking back on it, she made the objectively correct choice in the long run. Because I don't think Sonny would have survived the Forgotten Shore. I really don't think he would have survived it for that long. But I don't know how Sonny could ever go back to trusting Cassie ever again without her going through scales and scales and scales of boundaries to try and make him trust her again. I also doubt it's gonna be the only time Cassie betrays Sonny's trust like that. If there was one thing he loved, it was receiving free stuff. Even though most of the contribution points would go into strengthening his cohort, it was still a great opportunity to soothe his greed. He was sure that the government had a lot of amazing stuff in his coffer. The decision to enlist was already starting to look much more appealing. There was one problem, however. He gave Master Jed a curious look. I can't really fine-tune gear and equipment to the needs of my cohort if I don't have a cohort, though, right? She nodded. Indeed. Actually, this is the second set of decisions. Sonny's gonna pick his cohort. Woohoo! Anyway, because we got 20 likes, kind of off topic, but if I saw someone who read the first volume of Shadow Slave and say that the world building isn't good and lacks logistics, it's a fucking dream realm. It doesn't need logistics. Not yet. Not in the first volume. Sonny would not survive the Forgotten Shore and Nephis' second nightmare. Plus, he never gets to meet Rain again. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, you're gonna get kittens now. 1 minute. Let's go picture it. Let's go picture it. Okay. It's getting time. Look at him. Weren't you just such a little papa? Look at his droopy ears. Look at that droopy ears. Then we've got the white one with a special face. Looks like a hamster. I know that wasn't very long, but the white one was feeding. How old are they? About 20 hours old. 20 hours, give or take. But yeah, I had to grab them and put them back real quick. Ophi was not particularly happy with me taking the kids. They are amazing. Those two are the youngest as well. They're the last ones to actually come from that litter. They came like 10 hours after the first batch, which is fucking insane. But it's also the largest batch, so can't say I'm necessarily too shocked. But yeah, you got your kitten time. That person should attend Sunny's lecture on the Dream Realm logistics. Hey, are you gonna read other novels like The Beginning After the End and the author's POV or the Perfect Run? I do want to read Perfect Run. I really want to read Perfect Run. I've heard nothing but fantastic things. And we might make that next stream. I'll be real. Perfect Run looks fucking sick as hell. And really up my alley. But I'm also going to be naming... Are you naming them? I haven't thought of a name yet. Because when the first two were born, it was like 5 hours and then it was the fat one. Then it was another 5 hours and the other two were born. Like, back to back. So we haven't really figured out a name for all of them yet. But I'd love to. I'd love to read Perfect Run with you guys. Same with Beginning After the End, honestly. Should we do that? Actually, I'll leave that up to you guys. I'll make that a poll. If I can make a poll. I can't make a poll here. Give me a minute, chat. Yep. I'll give y'all this choice. How long is Perfect Run anyway? It's not that long. I know Perfect Run isn't that long. T-Bay. There we go. Y'all have a choice. What next live novel read? T-Bay or The Beginning After the End? And this is entirely in your hands. 5 votes already. Fuck me. You guys were decisive. But we'll read the next couple of chapters and then carry on. We'll get to 820 and then we'll see what the poll says. But for now, I'm just gonna. Nope. Okay. Fine. Fuck me, I guess. Oh, lag. What? Chapter 818, Irregulars Assemble. Master Jet pointed at another symbol on the screen of his communicator. The process is basically the same. You can shuffle the members of the cohort through your comms. Well, not really. Contribution points have nothing to do with the selection, of course. There is a pool of elite awakened fighters that have been transferred to this port. The first irregular company has priority right to recruit 42 of them, 6 per cohort. Okay, that makes sense. As the youngest captain, you get first pick. Based. Sunny stared at the screen, deep in thought. So, the first thing he had to do was pick 6 awakened that would become his soldiers during the Antarctica campaign. He had no doubt each of them were elite warriors among the government forces, but being a good fighter was not enough. Creating a strong cohort was not a small feat. Its members not only had to be able to pull their own weight, but also meet a long list of needs that a combat unit possessed. This was especially true for the 7 cohorts that were going to comprise the first irregular company, since each of them expected to operate independently. In a sense, this approach was more familiar to him. Awakened served a large force, were able to specialize within the confines of the Union. One cohort could do especially well in the melee combat, but lacked means to display damage from range. Other cohorts could specialize in attacking exclusively from distance. By working together, these different units were able to shore up each other's weaknesses, and allowed the soldiers to express their greatest strength. An independent cohort was very different. Although it could possess a specialization, it also had to be well-rounded and excel in various aspects by necessity. This is how most cohorts in the Dream Realm functioned, and what Sunny was familiar with. In any case, choosing 6 Awakening could fulfilling magnitude roles, while synergizing with each other a daunting task. There was a lot of factors he had to consider. After that, he had assumed command of these strangers and led them into battle after battle. The survival was his responsibility. The death, should any of his soldiers fall, would be of his conscience too. Sunny led alongside and looked at Master Jet. Any advice? She lingered for a few moments and then nodded. No matter how good the elites are, you'll still be the core element of the deadliest weapon of the cohort. Don't neglect variability, but choose those whose aspect complements yours. Sunny smiled. That won't be a problem. I might not excel in any one thing, but at the same time, I'm sort of a jack of all trades. While my aspect leans towards utility, I do a bit of everything. That leaves me in a disadvantage in some situations, but it also means that I can work well in a great variety of Awakened. Anyone can benefit from having me by their side, and vice versa. Master Jet thought for a few moments. Versatility is a strength in its own self, since you're not limited by a narrow focus. The best course of action would be assemble a well-balanced team of fighters that can respond to any situation with a high level of effectiveness. That will make my job a bit easier, since I'll be able to send your cohort to solve a wider variety of problems. She lingered for a bit and then added, if there's one piece of advice I can give, it's not to neglect utility in favor of direct combat strength. Antarctica, no matter how prepared we think we are, it's going to test us in ways that no one expects. Things will go wrong, and things will go bad to worse. Mobility, survival, mental resilience, all these things, and plenty others might turn out to be much more important than we think. It's also going to be a long, cruel, and punishing campaign. Keep that in mind. Sunny sighed. Long, cruel, and punishing. That was basically the description of most of his experiences with the Nightmare spell. That was nothing new. He stared at his communicator for a bit and then asked, what about after I assembled the cohort? Most of these soldiers are probably older than me. They are also devoted government servants. While I am somewhat of a hired mercenary, I doubt that they will be happy to be under the command of someone like me, instead of other distinguished masters. Soul Reaper shook her head. You're not exactly correct. Sure, you are younger than other captains of our company, some might see as a weakness, but at the same time, it's a sign of excellence and great potential. After all, none of us managed to ascend before turning 20. I am considered somewhat of a prodigy, and you beat my record by 5 years. So I don't expect these soldiers to show reluctance to respect your command. Jet entered the fucking second nightmare at 24. Fucking fair dues. She paused and then added in a serious tone. However, there is a great difference between being able to issue orders and being able to inspire confidence. There is no easy method to make your soldiers follow you, not simply obey you. You'll have to find a way to win their loyalty on your own, Sunny. Master Jet smiled. However, I don't think that'll be too hard. Once we reach Antarctica, things will fall into place. Lead them into victory, keep them alive, and they'll learn to trust you. Sunny thought for a bit and then nodded. Actions spoke louder than words. He might face some resistance at the start, but battle will swiftly resolve anything. Either he would win his soldiers over, or 7 of them would die. In any case, the problem was going to disappear. Soul Reaper briefly gripped his shoulder and then asked, anyway, I don't think you should worry about these matters yet. You have plenty of other issues to solve. No matter how professional and prepared these guys are, forming a strong cohort takes more than simply assembling all of its members together. You will have to learn how to fight side by side and leverage your unique powers to form a good synergy. Well, I don't have to tell you. You're not a novice. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I have some experience with that. She sighed. Do you remember do remember that you will only have 3, maybe 4 weeks left to prepare. That's not entirely enough time to deepen the coordination level of the cohort, but you can do as much as you can. There will be a proper training facility aboard the ship, so don't stop working until you make landfall. Sonny looked at her with a serious expression. I won't. Master Jet nodded and waved her hand. Well, I bet you have enough to think about. I'll leave you to it then. Don't take too much time deciding on who you want to recruit. The sooner you settle that, the sooner you can start bringing your cohort to shape and spending those sweet contribution points. He smiled and looked as she turned around and disappeared into one of the corridors of the underground bunker. Then Sonny lowered his gaze and studied the screen of his communicator. He had a lot to think about indeed. This is fun. I feel like we're seeing Sonny do a giant jigsaw piece. Like, we don't get to see Sonny do that very often. Kirbs, when the fuck did you get here? I'm so late. Oh my days. Yeah, you are, brother. Drop it once we get to the later parts of Nico and his girlfriend. Who? Our Lord and Savior is here. Can I make this fuck off for a minute? I can't read chat. There we go. I'm just gonna have to read it here. Anyway, Kirbs, how you doing, bud? Haven't seen you in a fucking while. Antarctica's pretty entertaining. Thank the gods I can stop pretending I have a clue just to defer from my senior. Sonny could make a great assassin team. He could, but Sonny's also, like, Sonny said himself that he is great at utilizing, like, what would pretty much be a cohort that is more utilized to versatility, I guess. Like, having a very similar team to the one that he had with, like, Jet, Cassie, and Kai and shit. Sonny Loki just got an aura farm. I should really remember to set alarms next time. You missed the kittens. That is true. You did miss the kittens, Kirbs. How could you? How dare you miss the kittens? Well, to be fair, I don't think you can go. You don't have to go all that far back, actually, to see the kittens. Alright, besides a headache, but that's expected with my sleep time. That is true. Your sleep schedule is actual dog piss. It's pretty bad. Chapter 819. Alloy Beast. What a fucking title. The room provided to Sonny was a far cry from the luxurious cabin he had enjoyed on the train. It was small, spartan, and lacked windows due to being located deep underground. The designers of the military bunker did not even install a false one, so the walls lacked a lifelike projection of the outside. Not that Sonny cared about much things. In fact, he quite liked the solid nature of his temporary quarters. Perhaps things would have been different if he did not possess the ability to escape to the surface with the help of Shadow Step. But since he did, the fear of being buried under countless tons of stone and soil was not bothering him too much. Joshua about to send Zeus to smite me down for missing the kittens. Amen. You spelled Zeus wrong, but yeah. You have to wait for the stream to end to look back. Oh, for fuck's sake, why does it keep doing that? It shouldn't be doing that anymore. I thought I fixed it. Oh, you missed the recap of Josh's great week. Yeah. The Shadow Slave part? Yeah, chapter. Any week would be considered great after his last one. It was so good, he's so happy, and we get 4 streams per week now. Yeah. Yep. So great and so happy. I'm enjoying life so much. Such a great week. Just so you don't have to look at my teeth anymore. I completed volume 11, finished. Yep. Oh yeah, right. I don't know if you've seen this as well, Kirbs. Because I know a lot of people in stream haven't. But Web Novel have made an official post talking about how Shadow Slave's actual comic is coming out in the summer. Which could vary from, like, A lot. It can vary from a couple weeks to several months. Hi, Magikarp. I'm here. Did I miss much? You missed Kittens, me talking about my week, us having a discussion about the comic, and about 5 chapters worth of reading. But you can also vote on what I'm going to be reading tomorrow, probably. I'll begin whatever one wins. Official art, yep. And Kittens. You missed Kittens. You missed 2 of them. Oh my god, I have 5 kittens. I'm naming them after the cohort. Fuck you. The art looks suspiciously like AI. No. This art specifically doesn't. Because I know the fucking company that does this kind of artwork quite well. I couldn't name you the actual artist itself, since it's not here. But overall, this art's actually quite good. T-Base starts so rough, so I voted for it. Hi, Harsh. You're late as well. It's just so we can polish the art they send out. The black one is Sunny. I'm hella late. Yeah, you are. You're all hella late. You guys are later than usual. Usually I would say, shut your bitch ass up and just read one novel, but Shadow Slave and T-Bay are just a slop of good ones. What the fuck? Also, 24 likes and 33 people watching. God damn, chat. Make it 25 likes and I'll show you one more kitten. I'll show you the fat one. 25 likes and I'll show you the fat kitten. He's fat. He's a big boy. Or girl. I don't know what they are. I'm playing Valheim with a friend. Valheim's such a good game. Such a good game. Anyway. The room reminded him of his hidden lair in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which was a pleasant bonus. Sitting on the narrow bed, Sunny sat and projected the screen to his communicator on the opposite wall. Leaning back, when he got lost in thought for a few minutes. Sick, I've seen you've taken advantage of my absence. Yep. It's so thick it held up the others for 5 hours. Harsh changed PFP's the GOAT. That is true. What is Harsh's PFP now? I don't remember what it was last time. Oh. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna throw that in chat just in case. It's just a H, yeah. In the next day or so, he would have to make a lot of important decisions. There's a lot of things to consider. While the task seemed daunting, he would rather excited to start. It's like playing a game, only without checkpoints and real humans' lives at stake, including mine. So I guess I have nothing like a game actually. The first thing he did was adequate himself with the default set of assets provided to his future cohort by the government. This generous and highly optimized array of premium gear and equipment included everything to cover the basic needs of his unit during the deployment in Antarctica. And thermal regulated out gear to priceless spell tech, medical kit, and beyond. The centerpiece of the set was, without a doubt, an advanced all-terrain personal carrier that was going to serve as a mobile home for his cohort in the future. This heavily armored transport vehicle resembled a regular high-tech mix between a turtle and a rhinoceros. Of course, Sonny only knew what a rhinoceros was because he had looked it up in the ancient extinct beasts after learning the APC was colloquially known as a rhino. It was hard to believe that a massive thing was an actual animal, not a strange nightmare creature. Despite the prodigious size and thick armor, the Rhino armored personal carrier was capable of moving with immense speed across the various terrains. It could even climb mountains without too much problem, providing that the driver knew what they were doing. The advanced variant provided the cohort of the first regular company an additionally modified and even more robust armor, inordinately powerful engines, enhanced internals, and a sophisticated command and communications site. Of course, there were always rooms of improvement. In fact, the interface offered Sonny a lot of opportunities to enhance the APC much further. These additional augmentations were going to cost him a lot more contribution points, however. Still, he was inclined to believe that they were going to be worth it. The armored vehicle was not only going to be responsible for keeping his cohort mobile, but it was also to serve a logistical core of their deployment. Its importance was already apparent due to the fact that the default set of assets provided by the government was based on the carrying capacity. The logistics and supply officers in charge of compiling this array of gear were not familiar with the covetous coffer. Of course, thanks to his loyal, toothy chest, Sonny was able to, more or less, double his cohort storage space. That also gave him a lot of flexibility as far as spending contribution points on additional equipment was concerned. The tech is important, however, it is also unreliable. Is she not upstairs? Well, that scared the shit out of me. We're all good. Whew. No need for alarm. Fucking hell, how many messages? Whoa. How many messages did you delete? Jesus fucking Christ. The messages. Oh my days. Don't mention it. Clean them up, Quib. Name the fat cat Effie. I want to name all of them after the cohort, because there's 5 of them now. And I've got a black and white one. Fuck off. Like, come on, I have to now. Oh, we got 25 likes. Fuck's sake. I didn't even fucking realize. Alright, I'll show you the fat one. No, I'll show you the fat one. Here's the fat one. Right. Look at the size of this fucker. 24 hours old he is. You're a big one. You're the first one born, actually. Let's bring you back to you. There we go. Twin talk order nutrients. If that's the fat one, I wonder how the small and little ones are. Honestly, they're all not that different in size. It's just that he's a big boy. Or a big girl. I don't know. You can't see the genitals yet. The others are really small. The black and white one, yeah, but that's because they're the youngest. Where was I at? Gator, yeah. Gator were also known to mess with technology in various ways. The military vehicle certainly included several measures to minimize that effect, but it would also still be prudent of him to beef with his aspect up. After all, no one knew what would happen if dozens or even hundreds of gates came to exist in the area around the APC at the same time. There was something for Sonny to think about later, however. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, he had a clearer picture of what kind of awakened he wanted to recruit. Closing one interface and opening another, he rubbed his temples and sighed. That is not going to be easy. Right, sorry, my bad. Sorry. Thanks, IDK. Thanks, Switch. Sake even. That's a me. I know! Stop screaming at me. Soon enough, hundreds of conscious dozers were in front of him, each containing the personal file of one of the best awakened soldiers contained in the port. Most of them were going to be assigned to other units, while 42 would become members of the first irregular company. 6 of them would be his own subordinates. For a while, Sonny was paralyzed by other choice. Each dossier contained the description of the awakened aspects and abilities, the service record and psychological profile, as well as the additional skill and specialization that the soldier might have mastered, others, and other information. His task was to pick 6 warriors who would not only comprise a well-rounded cohort and complement his own powers, but also work well with each other in both terms of combat ability and interpersonal compatibility. The former was already hard enough, but the latter gave him a headache. Luckily, very few people working for the government possess contrarian and the antisocial personalities. People who chose the life of the service were disposed to having a certain level of agreeableness by definition. G3 calling people out here in the service a bitch. Or whipped, however you want to phrase it as. You're not wrong, though. Unlike Sonny, he was contrarian and antisocial through the balance of agreeableness all by himself. One thing that the files did not include, regretfully, was detailed information about the flaws of each of the elite soldiers. Not even the government servants were comfortable sharing something like that with their employer. Each file only mentioned how severe the flaws had been judgment through the possessive observations and sometimes an approximate evaluation of the specific events. Which was a shame. A serious enough flaw could derail any battle plan. Just out of curiosity, Sonny looked up at the doses of the other ascended captains, Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride, as well as the files also there, although it was much more redacted version. I have seen the kittens. I'm a dib. Alright, later, Hosh. Greet the whole space gang. Have fun reading Koi 12. Calling them sheep. Dead ass. But he isn't wrong. It's the entire purpose of the military. Reading what little was left unredacted, he couldn't help but whistle. Impressive. Master Jet's personal file was even more obscure. Pretty much everything except her name and rank was blanked out. His other dozer was rather short and mostly consisted of question marks. Either the government truly knew little about him or simply chose to not show how well they were informed. Well, at least they got my height right. Sonny closed the file and shook his head. He would not allow himself to delay the task any further. He was in for a long and sleepless night. Alright, we're on 8:20. I'd say we go for... Oh my god, it's only 7 hours. We've only been live for 2 hours? Fuck me, we've been reading quite well. Alright, let's see who won the poll. T-Bay or Perfect Run? Out of 27 votes, 56 of you chose T-Bay. I'm not surprised, but also out of almost 30 of you, Perfect Run did very fucking well. God damn, let's give it up to fucking Perfect Run for going so well against the beginning after the end. God damn. But for the time being, out of all 30 of you that voted, thank you very much. But that does mean I have to make a whole new fucking thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. But yeah, give Perfect Run a clap for its hands. I haven't read Perfect Run. I heard the MC speaks like a Redditor. I got a protocol and it's called Shadow Slave Zero. That's low-key cancer. Anyway, I guess we can just keep reading for a while. Chapter 820. Importance of utility. Sunny knew what he needed more or less. A couple of frontline fighters, a couple of range specialists, and someone to provide utility. A healer, ideally, although among these elites there were too few. Fortunately, Sunny himself possessed a wide range of versatile abilities that could cover many needs of the cohort. He was able to fight up close, at range. He could scout or flank the enemies by using Shadow Step, or he could use Shadow Manifestation to accomplish the multitude of tasks. Still, covering the basics was not enough. The Antarctic campaign was promising to be long and grueling, maybe even unbearable. He had no doubt that they would face all kinds of nightmare creatures from the landbound to aerial to aquatic. Some of them were going to try and kill them with brutal force, and some would employ more insidious means. G3 would deadass make a prequel if he rushes the story and needs by 3.5k. Yeah, more does the MC, and he had a lot of potential if you know what I mean. Oh. The orange is in the hen house. What the fuck does that mean? The orange is in the hen house? What? What the fuck? Oh, graduation discounts. I don't care. I'm not a graduate. Anyway. Still, covering the basics was not enough. The Antarctic campaign was... Oh, yeah, I've already read all that. To ensure the best chances of survival, the cohort had to be strong, balanced, and capable of accomplishing more than the sum of its parts would suggest. They would be able to work together and respond to all kinds of threats. Even with several hundred candidates, he was not sure how possible it was to build something as formidable as his own cohort had been, both in the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles. First things first, although some would have been tempted to go for the offensive powerhouse first, Sunny made a different option. He filtered the dozers, allowing those awakened with utility aspects to remain. Master Jed had been right. Although pure combat strength was immensely important, a war was often lost or won off the battlefield as far as Sunny was concerned. Utility was just as vital. His own experience confirmed that. Back in the Forgotten Shore, fighters like Nephis and Castor had shone so bright that everyone paid them all the attention. People like Sunny and Cassie remained more or less unnoticed. However, they had contributed as much, if not more, to the cohort's survival. Yes, it was pure combat aspect played a larger role in the direct confrontations with the nightmare creatures, but it was only because of Sunny had scouted ahead that he had been able to avoid battling swarms of abominations that would have overwhelmed them in an instant. How'd it get there? It walked, probably. What the fuck are you people talking about? Cassie's uncanny intuition and affinity to reveille and saved them too many times on account. It had helped the cohort avoid lethal dangers that often could not have been seen, let alone slain with a blade. Alternative, the hen house was built around the orange. I feel like this is information on Perfect Run or T-Bay that I'm just not getting. I feel like I am being horribly misled by Arlen right now. Oh, excuse me. Not paying enough attention to utility would have been a grave mistake. More than that, the choice would allow Sunny to handpick other members of the cohort to suit the ensuing situation. The first decision would widen and define the cohort's foundation, making the rest easier to make. He spent a lot of time reading through dozens of Dozheners. They were all kind of talented Awakens that possessed incredible abilities. Eventually, Sunny narrowed the selection to just 3 of the most interesting candidates. A mature and experienced Awakened caught his eye due to the ability to move and shape the earth as if it was a liquid, and then swiftly turn it back into a solid state. With its help, the cohort would be able to literally shape the battlefield to stack the odds in their favor. That's a broken ass aspect ability. What in the fucking Avatar? But that ability was too slow and weak to deal direct damage. Sunny could imagine a building of all types of funnels and defensive walls and trenches with the man's help. Hell, in certain situations, it would be able to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping multiple abominations or at least reducing the mobility of the enemy. Their own mobility was also an issue. No matter how versatile the Rhino was, there would be situations without a doubt where an incredible all-terrain maneuverability would fail. The ability to create a road was going to come in extreme handy at that time. T-Bay is basically a farming simulator, but with oranges. Ow. Right. I'm gonna just let y'all do your thing. Another government elite seemed to be even more useful. This tall and athletic man was capable of creating stable short-distance spatial rifts. Basically, he could allow fighters of the cohort to teleport around a battlefield with impunity. Sunny did not have to think long and hard to understand how incredible this ability was. He had used Shadow Step to vanquish his foes numerous times, and granting the same advantage to a whole cohort was indescribably a potent tool. What are these abilities? Has the invincible brain rot reached you? I mean, I do know a fair bit of invincible brain rot, but what about it? Hell, he didn't even have to send people through the rift. Throwing a simple spell tech grenade or a manifestation of a sorcerer's aspect ability would wreak havoc among the enemies just as well. The third candidate was a young woman with mousy hair and an unamusing face. Her ability seemed less potent than the other 2 men, but it also had been quite useful in the right situation. Just like Cassie, the young woman possessed an affinity to revelations, albeit to a much lesser one. While she couldn't compete with Song of the Fallen in the broadness of application, the narrow focus of her aspect was capable of producing more palpable results. The young woman was able to receive weaknesses and vulnerabilities of living creatures, as well as share visual perceptions among several people. She too could comprehensively enhance the cohort's battle effectiveness, although in a less direct way. What a fucking team! Sunny spent a lot of time staring at the 3 Dozheners. Which one should he choose? Each held incredible value in his eyes. He was tempted to claim all 3. But no, Sunny was not blind to the importance of utility. He needed powerful fighters to make use of it. Without offensive strength, the cohort would simply unable to act and provide opportunities. Plus, his own aspect already leaned towards utility. Eventually, he dismissed the Dozheners of the 2 men and left the image of the meek young woman with mousy hair on the wall. Awakened Kim. Honestly, fair. If her ability was anything like Cassie's, like at all, that is just a broken fucking thing to have. Period. And the capability of being able to visualize and be able to comprehend and display what the weaknesses are of your enemies is just going to be an incredibly useful technique overall, really. So I get why he went with her. But I still feel like picking her and the guy that can manipulate the ground around him is going to be an incredibly fucking useful thing, especially for Sunny specifically. Let me think. I don't know. You might have to do a lot for Shake to lose that number 1 spot. They develop a new strand. T-Bay brain rot. Just watch the anime. That's enough to fucking rot away one's brain. The more Sonny stared at her portrait, the more he was sure of his choice. Yes, the first candidate would shape the battlefield to their advantage, but Sonny was able to achieve a bit of that himself with the help of shadow manifestation. Yes, the second candidate would prove an indescribable tactical flexibility to the cohort. However, the short range and the stationary nature of the spiritual rift was not easy to exploit in the chaotic and unpredictable mayhem of combat. Awakened Kim, on the other hand, could provide a powerful boost to any offensive action. Her ability synergizes with the widest variety of aspects, including Sonny's own. More than that, unlike the other 2 soldiers, her power scaled with the threat. Anime doesn't do light novel justice. Anime more like slideshow of pictures unrelated to the source material. Yeah, hasn't there been like 3 episodes of season 2 that's been canon so far or some shit? What do you think Sonny's transformation would be? What, like his saint transformation? Has he read Lord of the Mysteries? I'm only on chapter 13. What would Sonny's saint ability be? Yeah, I think Lord of the Mysteries is going to be one of those, going to be one of those novels that I will just, periodically make videos on. The TBA anime just ruins the plot, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, the thing with Sonny's, if Sonny had gained the ability of a saint, which I think is to transform, right? Is saint transformation? Yeah, right? Saints can transform into things. Right? Am I wrong on that one? Am I stupid? I don't want to Google it. Because I feel like I'll get spoiled on what Sonny's saint transformation would be if that is the case. Saints can gain a form, yeah? Okay. Right. It's probably just going to be a big monster. I don't think so. I don't think Sonny's would be a monster because he, his entire thing is, he's a shadow person. He might transform into the shadow spawn. I don't know what that is. It's unlike Masters Awakens don't have a set ability. I don't know. Trying to correlate Sonny with a monster doesn't make sense. Him turning into a snake would be cool, but he already has Soul Serpent. So I guess the only thing that really makes sense for Sonny's character is being able to turn into just a big fuck-off version of himself. How have you forgotten about the Shadow Spawn? Motherfucker, it was the last arc. What are you on about? Oh, that's what that's called? Oh, right, okay. My bad. I didn't know that had a name. I just called it a shadow monster. Yeah, no, my bad, chat, my bad. I didn't know that was the actual name of the creature. That's on me. That's on me. Yes. Yes, it's called Shadow Spawn. Yeah, my bad. My bad! I think my theory used to be that he could turn into any monster he killed before. Why would he turn into any monster? He himself is the monster. That, and he has Soul Serpent, which can do the exact same thing. I was thinking he would be a malleable mess of shadows until we got to see him as a saint. Oh, that'd be cool. His monster state is literally, like, just the amalgamation of all the shadows he has gained in his soul sheet. That'd be sick. But no, I think it'd just be... Yeah, I think it would just be a big version of Sunny, to be honest. Know that he himself is already a monster. But I don't know. Quifrey is far off my name. Quifrey? You sound like, you should be a part of the golden lineage. Anyway. Being able to create a wall of stone was useless if the enemy could turn that stone to dust. Being able to attack an abomination from a flank would accomplish nothing if the abomination was a high enough rank to become immune to awakened weapons. Being able to see the vulnerabilities of the enemy, however, would be a boon for a cohort no matter how powerful the enemy they faced. In fact, the more dire the foe, the more important Awakened Kim's ability would become. There was also another, much simpler reason for why Sunny decided to choose the third-rate candidate. The third-rate candidate. Oh my god. Sorry, Kim. I didn't mean to fucking disrespect you like that. Yes, I can. Yes, I assume too that he could adapt into the shadows. Yeah, I'd imagine. I like watching people make predictions. I wish I could lose my memories and reread. Hence why I asked you, you wouldn't be able to guess no matter what. Oh, I'm assuming that goes off the last message you sent, that Quiv's deleted. You can never be... that's Sunny's second floor. You can never become taller. He becomes... Oh my god. It's just an average height Sunny. That'd be brilliant. Anyway. Where were we? There was another... the young woman could share visual perspectives between multiple people. Antarctica, meanwhile, enjoyed a interrupted night that lasted for several months. What it meant was the first irregular company would be fighting a near-complete darkness for the first 4 months of arriving into the southern quadrant. While this problem could be somewhat solved with technology, it would be better and more reliable solution. Sunny could see in the dark, and with Awakened Kim's help, his soldiers could share that ability too. He looked at the dozo one last time and then nodded. Good. The young woman was going to be the first cornerstone of his cohort. That's a sick idea, actually. I know they're all seen from his vision, which I feel like would just, like, fuck up everybody's equilibrium, like, a little bit, but that's a really cool way of utilizing that ability. Too blasphemous wolf. That'd be Effie's. Effie's would be a wolf. That's a sin against the world itself. Nope, who messaged me? Oh, you can fuck off, especially. I'm not even gonna entertain you. Christ. Chapter 821, The Offensive Pillars. Now that Sunny knew what kind of logistics and combat support his cohort would be able to enjoy, thanks to him, Awakened Kim and the heavily armored Rhino, he had a tentative understanding of what direction he had to follow. In the next several hours, he carefully studied the hundreds of dozens, slowly narrowing the list of potential candidates, and by the time night was drawing to a close, he was more or less ready to make the final selection. Of course, ideally, Sunny would have preferred to meet the recruits face to face and put them through a gauntlet to get to know their characters, styles, and limits better, but in the current situation, being able to study their personal files was already good enough. He had chosen several important traits that most, or better yet, each of the candidates had possessed. First of all, Sunny decided to favor sustainability, and lasting battlefield presence over pure might and bursting damage potential. Sure, many of the elite governed soldiers possessed awesome aspect abilities that would deliver truly fearsome results in a short span of time. However, those awakened also burned through essence with a frightening speed. The Antarctica campaign promised to be a marathon, or rather, a marathon stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon. Longevity was king. This accent needs to fuck off professionally. He vastly preferred fighting side by side with people who could maintain the peak battle state for long stretches of time, even if the immediate combat performance was not impressive. That scared the bollocks off me. Holy shit. This arc is so much fun and growth. What did I miss? Not in height. Sonny would just be permanently a couple centimeters of solid shadow beneath his feet. You didn't really miss anything harsh. Just a little bit more reading about Sonny's ideas about what kind of cohort he wants to throw together. Someone said Sonny's transformation might as well just be him with average height. Right. Secondly, he deliberately paid more attention to fighters who implemented higher than usual amounts of finesse, calculation, and cunning in their approach to combat. Not only were there such people better conserving their energy, but he also suited to his own inclinations as well. Inclinations very well. Additionally, fighters were bound to make better use of Kim's awakened ability to recognize vulnerabilities of the enemy. The third and last trait he sought out was the mental fortitude. No government elite was a slouch in terms of determination and resilience, but some stood out more than others. Most of those were awakened, who had gone through crushing defeats, but nevertheless were able to pick themselves up and grow much stronger. I feel my voice losing it a little bit, can't lie. Sonny was more than less certain that he would be able to endure more torment and hopelessness than the other ascended captains of the First Irregular Company. As such, he had a better idea of how ruthless and punishing the long campaign of the Southern Quadrant could turn out to be. So, even if it meant settling for someone with less power and talent, he was determined to pick the most dodged and tenacious of the awakened elites. In the end, 6 dozens remained projected on the wall of his small room. Awakened Kim had been the first of his choice. This young woman was the cornerstone of the cohort due to her vulnerable aspect, which allowed her to reveal the weaknesses of the enemy and shared visual perception among herself and her allies. Additionally, she was a certified technician who could look after the cohort's armored personnel carrier and performed field repairs if need be. There are so many new Shadowslave fans. I've seen 6 new Shadowslave videos this week alone. None by big names. It's crazy. On YouTube, maybe. We hit 100 million views. On web novel? That's sick. Where do you reckon this is? Where does the interest come from? Probably the fact that the web novel's coming out. The web novel is the most, viewed web novel of all time. Volume 11 just ended and it was hype as fuck for everybody. The web comic is going to be coming out soon. Very, very fucking soon, and it has a lot of hype around it. That, and it's generally a good story, and if a good story is good for a long-lasting amount of time, which Shadowslave has been, I'm on the 5th fucking volume, and I've not been disinterested once yet. Sorry, that's a lie. I've been disinterested one time. That lasted a while, but, it wasn't all that bad compared to the rest of the story, which has been nothing but fucking great. And all of that good praise is going to get caught up to the story eventually. If the webcomic doesn't depict Sonny as 4 foot, what, I'm gonna boycott it. I mean, from what we understand, he already looks kind of ugly in the first Nightmare, which is pretty good for me. Shadowslave is my first web novel. It's what got me interested. No, it's not mine. It's my third proper web novel, though. My first one is Lord of the Mysteries. No, that's a lie. My first one is Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Lord of the Mysteries is my third. I picked that up before this, but I dropped it. And then I picked up Shadow Slave, and then re-picked up Lord of the Mysteries, dropped it again, and then I picked it up again. Whew! Anyway, first one's Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I don't regret that one. I still think it's one of the best stories I think I've ever read. And then I picked up, oh, what's it called? Kill the Sun. Which is fucked. Kill the Sun is fucked. But I didn't finish that one. Because it wasn't finished when I started reading it. How many chapters did Kill the Sun have when I stopped reading? It wasn't many. I mean, it was many for what I was reading at the time. $400 chapters? Something like that? My first web novel was fucking Solo Leveling Ragnarok. You read the sequel before the... You read the sequel? What the fuck? Damn, not even OG Solo Leveling. And then I finished Lord of the Mysteries in the wait of Shadow Slave. Mine was a random one. Before this, I read light novels. Based. I also read a lot of light novels. I've read a lot of Naruto light novels. They're all pretty good, for the most part. The Shikamaru Shingen isn't the best. It kind of made Shikamaru look like a bitch, but bear in mind that. Is Kill the Sun any good? I have it on my reading list, and it sounds 200% like it would mess you up, but I don't know if it's worth it. From the first 400 chapters that I read, I was really invested. I was fucking hooked on it. And apparently it only gets worse. I need to see Josh reading a part where Sunny meets his new cohort. The sequel was kinda good. My first web novel was World's Apocalypse Online, and it was a good first impression. Solo Leveling is second as the first one. I never read a single word of WN. But yeah, Alan, I would give it a go. I might re-pick it up sometime in the future. What would it be? His second choice was a charismatic man in his late 20s. Awakened Bell. Had a lean figure, athletic build, and blonde hair. His expression on the portrait attracted to the those who was laid back and slightly carefree. Bell was a talented swordsman who excelled in offense and agility. His aspect made him especially deadly. The young swordsman was able to turn his body into an intangible and phase through solid matter. Despite the fact he couldn't maintain this state for long, even a second was enough to avoid enemy attacks if used at the right moment. His second ability allowed him to infuse his weapon with an unnatural sharpness and cut through most obstacles. What the fuck? That's broken as shit. Although the second ability devoured soul essence with a terrible speed, Awakened Bell was incredibly proficient in using both of these in a precise short burst. He only needed a fraction of a second to dodge a strike or deliver a killing blow. There was no need to maintain them for more than that. As a result, he was able to last much longer in the battlefield than the description of his aspect would suggest. Bell was going to be one of the two pillars of Sunny's melee vanguard. The second pillar was a man named Dawn. Looking at his portrait, Sunny couldn't help but grimace. No, this is ridiculous. Awakened Dawn was a giant of a man. He was easily taller than Effie and possessed robust musculature to boost. Just one look at him would make most people feel small and feeble. The only consolation was that Sunny could fight, was that this powerhouse would be fighting on his side. Dawn's weapon of choice was a hammer, and not a traditional warhammer, which, despite its usual portrayal in popular media, was actually a relatively light and elegant weapon. No, Dawn preferred to fight with something that could only be described as an enchanted version of a sledgehammer. This heavy two-handed implement of destruction was able to crush flesh, bone, stone, and steel with equal ease. All that would have made one think that this man was a straightforward and single-minded brawler with a penchant of solving problems through brute force. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Instead, the man possessed a serious, sedated attitude and deeply intelligent eyes. His aspect could be described in 3 words: push and pull. Awakened Dawn was able to manipulate gravity, or at least something that resembled gravity, to empower his strikes with crushing weight and to throw his enemies off balance. By combining these two effects in a precise and calculated manner, he was able to make use of both the vastly elevate the proficiency of his attacks. Yeah, no shit, that's broken as fuck for a gigantic man. I've read Reincarnated Slime MCAD, Ascension of a Bookworm, Soul Leveling, ORV, Shadow Slave, Lord of the Mysteries, and the Apothecary Diaries. I read the first 4 novels of Apothecary Diaries, and then but that was after I watched season 1 of the anime. Soul 11, Ragnarok, Lord of the Mysteries, Koi, Revenant, and the Soul, Shadow Slave, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, RTOC. Read a single page of Lin. I've read a ton of web novels. Not what you said. Arguing like schoolgirls. Anyway, no matter how strong and enduring Dawn's body was, no one would have been able to willingly swing his heavy weapon around for too long. That's why he preferred to conserve his stamina and kill an enemy with one crushing, deliberate, well-timed, and devious blow. In short, despite his ridiculous size, Awakened Dawn was a man of Sunny's own heart. Together with Bell and Dawn was going to be the cohort's battle formation. However, there was one more person who Sunny intended to add to the melee vanguard. The third member of the vanguard was perhaps the second most important person of the cohort, after Sunny himself, of course. He had agonized over the choice a lot, but eventually he settled on the handsome and chivalrous man named Quentin. Awakened Quentin preferred wearing full-plated armor and wielding a sword and a shield. Unlike Bell and Dawn, he was going to be serving as an offensive powerhouse. He was going to become a defensive bulwark and the melee's vanguard. Which was not to say that he wasn't a deadly fighter in his own right, of course. Quentin's aspect centered around the restoration and corrosion. In battle, he was able to continuously repair his shield and his armor no matter what kind of damage he received. There were limits to this ability, of course, but as long as his memories weren't outright destroyed, he would eventually regain the original shape. He was also able to apply a corrosive property to his weapon. The corrosion was not very potent, but as long as his attacks landed, the enemy was bound to eventually succumb under the weight of accumulating decay. This was a slow but insidious and impactful ability. Okay, yeah, no, that's not broken at all. However, it was the first one that made Awakened Quinn so valuable. That was because he was not limited to restoring only memories. Quentin's restoration was near universal and could repair various things, including human flesh. He was a healer. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Of course, as far as these rare specialists went, he wasn't the most powerful. His ability was comparatively slow and limited. Quentin could not even hope to compete with someone like Nephis or Elias in terms of speed or efficiency. And even among healers, who those disparators were available to Sunny, his restorative powers did not stand out. But after thinking about it for a long time, Sunny still decided to go with Quentin. Not only did he want to employ a more potent healer if that meant that the healer would not be able to fend them for themselves in a ferocious fight. Fuck me, I was starting like crazy. Even though his final choice was somewhat mediocre in terms of healing wounds, the chivalrous man was more than well-rounded and a versatile combatant. Sunny was inspired to make the choice by his memories of Shim, the Firekeeper heel who eventually inherited the leadership over Cassie's personal cohort. Despite his lack of combat aspect, Shim always fought in the front line and supported his companions with the blade, his shield, and his steady presence. Plus, Quentin was also a trained combat medic who possessed deep knowledge of modern medicine. He could even use his ability to help repair the Rhino should Kim not be able to do it through mundane means. Overall, Sunny was happy with his decision. With the 4 members of the cohort already chosen, only 2 spots remained. Knowing that he would have to strengthen the ability of his soldiers to attack the enemies from distance and fighting against flying abominations, Sunny spent a lot of time searching for a suitable range specialist in the end. His attention was drawn to the daughter of a woman named Samara. Awakened Samara was a tall, beautiful, and aloof. She possessed a very interesting aspect. Though Samara was capable of infusing material objects with the soul essence, as well as converting soul energy into kinetic energy or heat. Right, okay. What it meant was that you could turn soul essence into charged explosives. In a sense, Awakened Samara was the opposite of Master Jet. While Soul Reaper was able to deal soul damage by physical weapons, she could not deal physical damage with soul essence. She was very inventive with the application of her aspect. Samara was probably the only Awakened Sunny knew who actively utilized modern firearms. By infusing her ammunition with charged essence, she could effectively make them analogous to enchanted weapons. Nightmare creatures of higher ranks were more than less immune to mundane armaments, but susceptible to memories and even unarmed attacks of Awakened. In Samara's hands, however, any weapon turned into an Awakened weapon. What a fascinating ability. She's Gambit. She's Gambit with a lot more dangerous utility in the world that she's living in. That's not terrifying. As an added bonus, she was capable of spell tech, engineer, and a technician. Since the APC in the cohort be using a choke forward advanced spell tech, that was going to come in handy. The last member of the cohort Sunny had chosen was an Awakened Luster. Staring at the Mendoza, Sunny couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What a weird name. He shook his head and sighed. Well, maybe his mother was a poetic soul too. Energy can't be created or destroyed, my ass. The young man was not a very distinguished fighter. That was comparative, of course, since all the elite government soldiers were sold combatants. His talents and usefulness laid mainly on his unique aspect. Although Sunny had not wanted to recruit more utility specialists, he could not help but change his stance after reading what young Luster was capable of. This man was nothing short but a soul healer, or an essence battery in a more crude term. Her first ability allowed him to enhance the regeneration rate of the soul essence, both his own and that of his allies. His second ability allowed him to transfer essence to others. Oh! Sunny did not even have to think to know how vital such an aspect was going to be in the coming months. Sure, by choosing Luster, he would be sacrificing opportunity to recruit another battle powerhouse, but the trade-off was worth it in his opinion. Yeah, no shit, that is disgusting. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been reluctant to make the decision, but Luster's abilities synergized too well with that of the Awakened Samara. Not to mention serving as a force multiplier for every other member of the cohort. Additionally, the young man was apparently an ace pilot. With his control of the Rhino, Sunny did not have to worry about the APC would fall off a cliff or get stuck in the mud, or be turned into an alloy pancake by a random titan that would happen to walk by. So the choice was clear. Awakened Luster would be the last member of his cohort. Sunny moved slightly and looked at the 6 dozers one last time. Kill, Bella, Dawn, Quentin, Samara, and Luster. These 6 were going to be his soldiers. He lingered for a moment, and then let out a small sigh and marked the dozer with his personal identification code. Soon, the bureaucracy of the 1st Evacuation Army would approve of the recruitment quest, and then he would finally meet his new subordinates face to face. My goodness. These guys are deadly. This is a fucking cohort and a half. So we got a Visionary. We've got, Gambit, basically. Dawn was basically a gigantic walking hammer. Luster is going to be our replenishment. Quentin is the healer. And I forgot what Bell did. I can't lie. I completely forgot what Bell did. I know it's broken. I remember it being broken, but I can't remember what it did. But what a list. What a fucking list. Bella not even mentioned. Fuck, true. Man, I suck. Oh, it's good to know I wasn't the only one who Bella. Oh, yeah, intangibility. My bad. Bro forgot Luster too. I don't even remember it properly anymore. It was 3 years ago. Thank God I forgot Luster. Luster the GOAT. No. Oh, no. Luster is the MVP as well as Rhino. Luster about as horny as a goat too. Am I gonna have to be concerned about Luster? How much longer are you gonna stream for? There's a cool moment pretty soon. I want to see the reaction of it. Bella's Danny Phantom. Yeah. Samaro's true name is Last American. I really want to Google that. Because that's really funny. And make his blade cut shit really well. Yeah. Don't sleep on the Rhino. All I remember is Sonny getting back pain from carrying the Ark. I mean, fair enough, but Sonny carries like most Arks though. Especially in combat. That's like one of his specialties. Is that Sonny is really good at carrying bitches. And how much longer am I going to stream for? I'm probably going to stream for another half an hour. Or until I get to 8:25. American breathing revolver style. If Dom managed to become a saint, how huge would he grow? Probably a lot. If I had to guess. Turn on the lights, bro. Brother? Light's broken. I got a light there, and I've got another one there. And that one doesn't even turn on bright. That's why he's so short. He's being crushed by all of this weight. True. It's dark in your room. I know. You don't think I don't know this, bitch? I'm using this shitty little light as my main light source for my room. You think I don't know? Domain expansion, infinite gunfire. What the fuck? He wasn't there. Josh was late. He doesn't know the law. You right. I don't know law. Not yet. 823. 6 awakened. Awakened Luster was in a strange mood. On one hand, his life and career was going better than ever. Not only had he managed to become a member of the Special Forces, he would also receive the chance to participate in the most exciting operation in the last several decades. His status, his citizenship rank, and even his salary were going to be higher than he's ever hoped. It was hard to imagine that this guy, like him, managed to climb so far without being a legacy or even possessing a combat aspect. It was certainly better than working at a bordering spelltech facility, which he had been considering before joining the government army. Oh, bad for taking up your time, bro. We can't get enough of the lights. Yeah. Plus, he was surrounded by tons of pretty girls every day. There were thousands of them in the port fortress and more in the greater encampments beyond. With his dashing uniform, reputation, and of a variant elite and irresistible personality, many of them paid Luster special attention. Overall, things were great. On the other hand, the world seemed to be falling apart. The exciting operation he was so enthused about could very well become his last. What a bummer. Sitting on the broken panel of the discarded prefab building, Luster watched the swarm activity in the camp below and sipped his coffee. That was another thing. Once they were shipped to the southern quadrant, luxuries like coffee would become scarce. He would have had to go back to synthetic subsidies, or even worse, drink something as disgusting as tea. The horror. For reasons you can't know because you were late and don't know the current law, that was a very harsh thing to say. Bro got laid off recently. Amen. I did. The devil's introduction. You are really dyslexic. I fucking know, bitch. 23 years I've been knowing how dyslexic I am for. Tea is goated, man. I know, I like tea. I much prefer coffee, but I like tea. Luster grinned and then grimaced, looking at the plain-looking young woman sitting next to him. What do you think, Kimmy? Are we going to receive our assignments today? Awakened Kim hesitated for a bit and then said in an awkward tone, I don't know. Luster shook his head. Kimmy was the strangest person he had ever met. This timid girl was the only awakened he knew, who somehow managed to not look hot. As far as he was concerned, it was a bizarre accomplishment. Every awakened was hot. That was just common knowledge. Everyone except for Kimmy. She single-handedly destroyed Luster's whole worldview. He did not just know what to make of that fact. Belle, who was perching on the same prefab panel, looking at them in a flash smile. I think we will. My bad. Sorry. Thanks, Quips. Sorry. I know. Fuck off. That's a me. This is the second time. Switch before I come up to Manchester right now. Don't live in Manchester. The second time of Josh sounds like a memory. Ugh. I think we will. Luster felt a rush of excitement. Oh, do you know something? The blonde daredevil leaned forward and then said in a hushed tone, I heard from my pal in the logistics that Soul Reaper finalized the command structure of her unit yesterday, which meant they will start recruiting today. And after that's done, the other elite units will be free to pick out for the rest of us. Hell yeah! Luster grinned and remained silent for a bit and then sighed wistfully. I know that the chances are slim, but wouldn't it be great to be picked by Soul Reaper's unit? Just imagine Ascended Jet. She's such a bat. Before he had the chance to finish the sentence, the communicator suddenly received a notification. The strange part was that all three lit up simultaneously. Kim was the first to read a message. Her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Luster felt his heart sinking. Kimmy? What is it? She lingered for a moment, then showed him the screen. First the regular company. We've been signed to Soul Reaper's unit. It's actually her. It's not a very high bar. I just wish we had more Nephish chapters. That is true. We've only had we've had the equivalent of a full Nephish chapter so far. And both of those were half of our chapter. And not even her actual POV. It was more like what was going on around her. Luster, Kimmy, and Belle left the observation spot and headed towards the training facility where they had been ordered to gather by the end of the hour. They were a strange trio, sure. Each was considered an elite. But in usual circumstances, a combat specialist like Bell would have not been keeping company with 2 young support operators, unless they were members of his cohort, of course, which neither Lust nor Kimmy were. The Antarctica campaign, however, had changed a lot of things. While truth movements in the waking world were happening in a massive scale, something similar, but much less noticeable, was currently happening in the Dream Realm. An awakened assigned for the first evacuation army were hastily relocating to the larger and better protected citadels, so that a sudden attack of nightmare creatures could not disrupt their deployment in Antarctica. Some were going to the government citadels, while some were going to the impregnable legacy strongholds like Bastion or Ravenheart all across the Dream Realm. Thousands of Awakened were participating in the quiet exodus. Oh, that's interesting. Luster, Kimmy, and Bell had just happened to reside in the general area of the Dream Realm. The Awakened served by the government band together and braved the wilderness to reach Bastion, forming a large caravan that only grew bigger as past various citadels. Eventually, a couple hundred Awakened all traveled together while their physical bodies were being relocated to various ports, locked inside of sleeping pods. That sounds terrifying. This one event alone sounds absolutely fucking scary to be a part of. Don't people always complain about when G3 switches POVs? Not anymore. That's a fucking lie. Literally last stream, everybody was complaining about how he had switched perspectives like 6 times between 6 different chapters. There's too many. There was too much switching recently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Found one of the complainers. It was a weird thing. Luster had fallen asleep in one place and then woke up thousands of kilometers south of it. In any case, in a month that it had taken him to reach Bastion on foot, he and the other 2 elite specialists training in the caravan had become somewhat close. They were not really friends, but they at least knew each other. That's not to say that the other 3 Awakened they had met reaching the reinforced prefab building. Luster's face grew a little dim when he realized that the 2 of them were dudes. The 3rd one, however, was... wow. The tall, gorgeous redhead was a real bombshell. Sure, she seemed unapproachable and older than him by a good decade, but that only added to her charm. Bell lightly tapped the young man on the shoulder. Get your head out the gutter, fool. Luster blinked a couple of times and then looked at the swordsman with a sheepish smile. Oh, sorry. Kimmy glanced at the 2 of them with confusion and said quietly, I think I know her. That's Awakened Samara. When I trained to receive the technician certification, she taught the spell tech introduction class to us. She screamed a little and then approached the tall woman and forced a smile. Instructor Samara, it was nice to see you again. The aloof beauty glanced at the meek young girl and nodded. You can call me Sam. We're colleagues now. Kimmy froze for a moment. Yes, I will, Instructor Samara. Instructor Sam. She blushed a little and then gestured at her 2 companions. These are Awakened Bell and Awakened Luster. We traveled to Bastion together. Samara looked at the 2 men and said in an emotionless tone, These are Awakened Quinn and Awakened Dawn. We just met. The 6 Awakened studied each other for some time. Eventually, Bell scratched the back of her head and asked, does anyone know who our commanding officer is? No, that was because he had left us on a cliffhanger and then switched chapters. G3 is really good at one thing. Shuttle Slave has not been what it is today without staggering amount of cliffhangers. Yeah, I do hear it gets quite bad at certain points. But hey, he's got to keep you interested somehow. From what I understand, everyone's OP is fucking the latest chapters, so him trying to keep you interested with the... Makes a little bit of sense. Not the best sense, nor is it the smart thing to do as a writer, but you've got to admit it makes some sort of sense. Cliffhangers have been a staple of civilization fiction for as long as there has been a thing. Chapter 824, Mysterious Master. Nobody was sure who exactly the Ascended in charge of the new cohort was. Nevertheless, after briefly being acquainted, the Six Awakened couldn't help but wonder. Quentin, the handsome warrior with a gallant demeanor, seemed thoughtful. Master Sunless, I don't think I've ever heard of him. There's no ascendant of the name among these who have been a part of the government for a long time. That I'm sure of. He lingered for a moment and then added with a slight reluctance. I did hear a few rumors, though. Luster looked at him with a lively smile. Come on, then. Don't leave us hanging. Quentin sighed. Clearly uncomfortable to be participating in something that could amount to gossip eventually. However, his curiosity won over the decorum. Well, it's not much. I just heard that Master Jet deliberately postponed the formation of the first irregular company to give this gentleman enough time to arrive, and that she personally recruited him. Luster blinked a couple times. If Soul Reaper had gone out of her way to make sure that the guy joined her union, then he had to be the beast. Bell confirmed his suspicion. I actually heard that Ascended Sunless is the real monster, a demon of a fighter with a wild, bloodthirsty streak. Apparently, he killed 400 awakened abominations as a sleeper. Some even say that he hunted down an ancient fallen demon before awakening. How would you know this? How would you have ever known that? Ever? A strange silence settled through the training gymnasium. Luster scoffed. Yeah, right. That's impossible. Samara, who remained mostly silent, then suddenly spoke. My information is different. From what I've been told, that he is a distinguished explorer and an academic researcher. His published works are supposed to be available in the government database, that there are very extensive exploration reports about dangerous regions of the Dream Realm and the nightmare creatures populating them. That sounded more believable. Explorers of the Dream Realm might have not been the most renowned fighters, but they were capable to survive in the wild expanse. It would make sense if Soul Reaper wanted to recruit a knowledgeable academic, since the other captains of the first irregular company had already covered the combatant powers in spades. We're 3,000 chapters in, we're too deep to be going anywhere now. Yeah, fair. You, oh, for fuck's sake, who let Tablet in? No, who let Tablet in? You look like you're interested in books. I am. I've got a not a hefty collection, but I do have a collection. Just wait until you get to that arc, the Great Ninja War level filler. Fuck, excuse you? Great Ninja War levels of filler? Oh, jeez. That's not reassuring at all, mate. I'll tell you that now. Vandal, Mustang Queen, Knight, and Pride were legends among the government soldiers. The renowned only paled in comparison to the dreadful Soul Reaper herself. Tablet's here, fuck. I'm back. Hey, sake. Is Tablet the boogeyman? No, Tablet's the one who assigns me all sorts of different fucking things. Tablet's a different kind of beast that we're not prepared for. Not right now. Not at 9 at night. Kim suddenly moved and said in a flattering voice, I heard that he's utterly mad. Some say that he actually comes from the Forgotten Shore, where he had lived there completely alone in the Dark City for a long time. And then they say that changing star of the Immortal Flame Clan once said that he was the only person she was afraid to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous, of course. Tablet created Joshua Brainrot. He did, actually. Come on, I liked every volume except 10. That was the only one that's fine. The one everyone complained about. Her voice gradually grew quieter and then trailed off. After a short and somewhat awkward pause, the giant man Dawn spoke in a steady tone. Those are all just rumors. I only know that Ascended Sunless is relatively young. However, we don't need to guess. There's a lot that we can assume just from who he chose the members of his cohort. What is Joshua Brainrot? You don't want to fucking know, Kalo. I'll tell you that now, you don't want to know. Luster's craned his neck and looked at the intimidating strongman. Yeah, like what? Dawn shrugged. Well, for one, our composition is quite telling. We have 2 offensive fighters, a healer, a range specialist, and 2 support specialists. Our cohort seems to be very well rounded, but it lacks means to fulfill several key roles. We don't have a reliable scout, and our defense is comparatively subpar. He paused for a moment, then added, that suggests that Master Sunless is a utility specialist with a scouting ability. Alternatively, he might be able to be a defensive-oriented fighter, or simply a believer in an offensive-centered military doctrine. He might also possess a powerful echo that can serve as a defensive bulwark. Okay, yeah, Sonny was right. Fucking intelligence behind this man's eyes simply by understanding how the cohort's structured is insane work. Dawn thought for a bit. What is especially interesting to me is that he is deliberately chosen Awaken with higher than usual mental resilience. He also neglects direct combat efficiency in favor of aspects that possess sufficient longevity. The presence of Awakened Lusters only confirms that fact that our commanding officer puts a lot of value in sustainability. All of that tells me that he has a very mature outlook on combat, and that is a direct contradiction to his young age. Lusterd followed along, surprised that he did not come to these conclusions himself. The big guy's wicked smart. Yeah, fuck me. Sonny did a brilliant job picking this man. He cleared his throat and then said, well, he is a master. Everyone says that second nightmare is a game changer. Who knows what kind of crap he experienced there. Stuff like that can make a person mature real fast. Well said. Luster nodded, pleased to receive a bit of praise, but he almost jumped. Wait, who said that? At some point, the 7th person had somehow appeared into the gymnasium without being noticed by any of them. He was a small structure, with a flawless ivory skin, black hair, and unfathomably dark eyes. The guy was extremely young. He looked like a porcelain doll. In fact, he was kind of cute, in a strange, unsettling sort of way. Luster frowned. Who's that shorty? Then he realized who was in front of him. He froze. The new arrival smiled. Good morning, Awakened. I am Master Sunless. You can call me Captain Sunless, or simply Captain. From today forward, I will be your commanding officer. He remained silent for a few moments, and then a pleasant smile slowly turned strangely ominous. Captain Sunless stared directly at the 6 of them and added, yes, I killed 400 awakened abominations and hunted down a fallen devil as a sleeper. Yes, I am a distinguished explorer and researcher whose published works are well known in the academic circles. And yes, I did indeed come from the Forgotten Shore, where I lived in the dark city completely alone and went slightly mad. A frightening smile grew a little wider. But all of that's in the past. I'm completely sane now. I am not deranged at all. You truly have nothing to worry about. Honestly, that's kind of clean. Sonny, I gotta give you that. You got glazed like crazy, and you just went, oh, that's real. Yep. Insane. Insane. Bro's level up his aura as always. Ooh, skin is ivory for once, not jade or alabaster. That's true. No, it's been ivory for a while. It stopped being alabaster, I want to say since the Forgotten Shore, we stopped having alabaster skin. The most honest man in the world, my ass. He is honest! The aura farming begins. 2 worlds even. He is though. Chapter 825. Under Pressure. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Sonny had so much to do that there was no time to concentrate on any one thing for too long. The first evacuation army camp around him was in a similar state, becoming increasingly more hectic and busy as the data of the naval convoys departed approached. Luckily, he was more than familiar with having to act fast under immense pressure. The first thing Sonny did after introducing himself to the members of his cohort was briefly reiterate the key objective of the upcoming campaign, as well as share several pieces of information about the hardships they will most likely have to endure and the intended roles of the first irregular company that his soldiers had not been privy to before. After Sonny finished his briefing, the mood of the anti-gymnasium turned somewhat grim. Not wishing to let the Six Awakenings stew in their apprehension, Sonny immediately transitioned to the next stage of getting to know his subordinates. Summoning the cruel sight, Sonny smiled pleasantly and asked them to attack him all at one at a time. He wanted to kill two birds with one stone by dueling each of the cohort members right off the bat. First of all, Sonny knew that he had to win their respect. No matter what Master Jed had said, these experienced soldiers were not going to put their trust in him easily. He was young, small, and a complete stranger. Although forging a real bond would take more time and effort, a simple demonstration of strength was a good start. Secondly, he needed to understand their powers and techniques better. A simple duel was the best way to do that. Sonny had the additional advantage in regards, since his mastery of Shadow Dance allowed him to learn much faster and peer much deeper than anyone else. In the next 30 minutes or so, he ruthlessly demolished each of the subordinates without even breaking a sweat. Although all of them were very good at what they did, his power and skill was simply too domineering. The only ones who gave Sonny a bit of a problem were Dorm and Samara. The former's aspect was insidious when used with a sufficient foresight, while Sonny was strong enough to shake off the force of the big man's aspect. Even he had to improve when subjected to exactly the worst of the most inconvenient moment. Sonny is sane? Yeah, when pigs... Fuck, bro. I'm waiting for Sonny's speech for the last hour, and the moment begins, I get called and I couldn't hear it. Did Josh like you can watch the vid? Yeah, that's true. You just have to go back to, like, 2 hours and 50. 2 hours and 50 minutes of the vid. You'll be fine. And yes, I did like it. That speech was great. It was very fucking good. And sane? I think Sonny's sane for what he's gone through. And how he is currently. I think he's still mostly there. I just wouldn't call him totally sane. I think that's a lie. But he himself believes it, so it's not a lie. Sonny is the most and only sane man in the world. In all two worlds. Anyway. The only one who... Samira presented a different challenge. Although her preferred method of combat centered around infusing bullets with charged soul essence, she was perfectly capable of simply forming her essence into projectiles without a tangible medium. Even if those soul darts weren't as fast or as far-reaching, fighting her meant being subjugated to a constant barrage of explosive energy. He slips in and out of it. Yeah. It was a good thing that the gymnasium was built with Awakened mind, otherwise the whole structure might have collapsed. In any case, neither of them managed to really slow Sonny down. Of course, he took care to exert just enough strength to defeat the members of the cohort in a defensive fashion, but not to wound them. After the 6 duels were finished, he had a much better understanding of what his subordinates were capable of. Not only had Sonny been able to grasp the core tenets of the battle techniques, but he was also very satisfied with adding 6 nuanced, polished styles to his mental library. Knowing what to expect from these 6 Awakened not only allowed him to form a tentative vision on how the cohort would perform in battle and how to command it to achieve the best results, but also helped him come up with an optimized training plan that would turn them into the most semblance of a cohort fighting force in a short amount of time. I'll keep the dumb jokes to myself. Surprisingly shameful with the nightmares of putting through. Well, he did forget most of that. Soon. That's not ominous. That's not ominous at all. Sadly, 4 weeks was not nearly enough time to turn 7 relative strangers into a coordinated battle unit. The insight he had received due to Shadow Dance helped substantially accelerate the process, but the progress was still insufficient. Hopefully, they would have reached at least the minimum threshold of mutual understanding by the time the naval convoy reached Antarctica. Coming up with a plan, Sonny did not linger before putting it into motion. To his amusement, the training facility assigned to the cohort happened to includes 7 Dreamscape pods. There was a difference from the one he had back home. However, being connected to the public section of arenas, it had integrated into a closed network operated by the government. This arc is all aura and hype moments. Trust. I really hope his cohort learned that he's mongrel. I really hope they do, because I really need to see how these people be like, oh, like they need to put their full trust in the idea that he can lead. And knowing mongrel can do that will be sick. Drill instructor Sonny, yeah, that's gonna be cool. This arc is pure suffering for Sonny. Oh, that sucks. It was centered around battles with simulated nightmare creatures, as opposed to personal duels. Sonny was able to tune the battle scenarios to fit his goals and personal preferences to a certain extent. At first, he was very enthusiastic about this novel method of training, but then it grew slightly disappointed with it. Dreamscape was simply incapable of simulating the true madness and dread of the nightmare creatures. The illusionary monsters they fought were strong and threatening, but lacked the spark of life and preserve intelligence that made the real deal so deadly. Illusions were simply incapable of pressuring the cohort enough. So, Sonny found something else to really pressure people. Himself. After the first few days, he allocated significant time to battles where all 6 had to contain a single target, the captain. While Sonny looked much less frightening than the nightmare creatures, his subordinates quickly learned that he was infinitely more terrible. After an especially intense clash with the 6 Awakened, crawled out of the Dreamscape pods and wandered off to grab the bite for the rest for a bit. What about the dentist tomorrow? Did I miss something? Wait, why are we talking about dentists? Sane is cool, but I like someone else more. Fate had a lot of fun in this arc. A lot of fun. I will have a better performance on the next stream. What, about you not being number 1 or number 2? Or anywhere in the top 30? Where the fuck are you, Harsh? Oh yeah, you are. You're number 8. You're number 8. Don't prefer a harsh. Performance issues are normal. I'll try and not stay up till 2 AM. I'd prefer if you didn't stay up for 2 AM for me. Like, go to sleep if you need to go to sleep. Or just throw me on in the background, if you've got, like, an Now TV or some shit. Anyway. Soon several of them were gathered in the staff kitchen, attached to the gymnasium. Mustard rubbed his shoulders had bruised in one of the real-world training sessions. He had groaned. Devil! He's a devil! Sonny, who sat comfortably in his luxurious memory chair on the other side of the building, studying a topographical map of Antarctica, looked up from the screen on his communicator and grinned. That guy's closer to the truth than he thinks. Oh, that guy's closer to the truth than he thinks. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Samara glanced at Luster with disapproval and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kim decided to support the young man. Actually, our captain, he might not really be a human, I think. The aloof beauty looked at her with confusion. Exposed to so much attention, Kim shifted uncomfortably. That's all humans share a common weakness. Temple in a thighs where the artery is close to the skin, and so on. But Captain Sunless, he does not. It's like his skull is indestructible, and he doesn't bleed. Luster's eyes widened. See, I'm telling you guys, he's a nightmare creature in disguise. We will die before reaching Antarctica. Samara stared at him for a few moments and then said nonchalantly, "You know he's probably listening, right?" Luster flinched and almost fell off his chair. On the other side of the building, Sonny put his hands over his mouth to stifle the wicked laugh. I love this cunt. I love this cunt so fucking much. Oh, he's such a bitch. The broken lights and our missing lord and the vote to decide next stream, it ended up being T-Bay. Other than that, if I missed anything else, chat. Also, Sonny got the best title. Let's go. The Devil of Antarctica. That's kind of cool. T-Bay is the potential man of web novels for me. Just shows how busted the weaves are. Yeah. Wait, who hasn't been here that is like, oh, I've been in stream for less than an hour? Oh, you missed kittens? You missed me talking about life? You missed this? Or this conversation, pretty much. Talking about everyone's expectations for the actual comic. And not much else, really. Not much else. It's only been a 3-hour stream. It's not been going on for that long. But I feel like that's a lucky thing, though. Anyway. Should we stop at 8:30? Chat? Stop at 8:30? I feel like that can get us to about 3 hours, 20 minutes. Then we're going to be streaming tomorrow for the beginning after the end anyway. So I feel like it's not going to be all that bad. I've been on and off, yeah. We came up with various theories on how Orange may have ended up in the hen's house. How long are we going? 3 hours and 5 minutes. What do you mean 3:30? It's 9. Gang, we gotta do a lot in chat so we can take us, so we can get to 4 hours. Great stream. See you tomorrow. I'm probably gonna miss the T-Bay stream because dentist appointment tomorrow. Hour per chap. What? Are we back in the fucking second nightmare? Where we got like we got like 2 chapters per hour or something. It wasn't that bad, but like we were pretty bad. Ooh, I do know something we can do though. I want to know if this is an actual thing. Is it a thing? It is. Oh, I don't know what a lot of these things mean. I don't care. I'll just ignore like most of it. All right, we'll get to 8:30, and then we will do something a little fun. Just a little fun. To be honest, coming back to stream, I didn't expect you to read more than 10 chapters. Thanks, Fanta. But does the bar under the video? Oh, this is how many people subscribed in the actual stream. So currently we're on how many? We're on 782 subscribers. How many did we gain? Ever since I started streaming regularly, so like 3 weeks ago, we gained like 50 subscribers from those streams. And we're close to 1,000. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just throw it there. Why not? Anyway, chapter 826. Sag. Not Sag. You're subscribed. That's a good thing. 826. Shopping spree. While the intense and arduous training slowly taught the members of the cohort how to fight together, Sunny had several other time-sensitive tasks to complete. Keeping up with all of the concurrent responsibilities really tested his mental capacity, but there was no other choice than to simply grit his teeth and do it. Probably the most important of the tasks facing him was to allocate the contribution points to acquire various assets to strengthen the cohort. However, that was not a straightforward issue. After several days of studying how his subordinates fought and getting acquainted with the memory arsenal, he was finally ready to make some decisions. To do so, he chose the moment where the three members of the melee vanguard, Bella, Dom, and Quentin, were busy in the Dreamscape pods and called his other three subordinates over. After all three of them were specialists in various support fields that had to do with the cohort's equipment. Kim was a technician, Samara was capable of spell tech engineer, while Luster was supposed to be the ace pilot. That wasn't really useful in this situation. But what was Sonny supposed to do? Leave the poor guy to soaking alone in the corner? After consulting Kim and Samara, he gained a lot of insight into what was the best way to spend their contribution points. The Rhino might have seemed like a simple transport vehicle, but it was really so much more. Sonny did not know a lot about war and strategy, but he knew that mobility was one of the most important factors when determining the impact of combat unit could be. What happens when it fills up? It just means that we gain 10 subscribers on the stream. How much can people talk in chat? Is that how you get EXP? Yes and no. The EXP system's kind of weird. You gotta leave a fair amount of messages that have also got to be, like, quite wordy. Think of it like a test, weirdly. I got onto the leaderboard before becoming even a mod. I'm just that skilled, the fucking course. That and Kirbs wasn't in chat, and I need someone to delete spoiler messages. Also, general question: how would y'all feel about this? Generally, just need to know. Just a simple observation. What do I do to level up? Do I become a solo leveler if I do? Probably. By the way, this would basically just be ranking everybody in the cohort. You have our attention. Looks. 1 minute. I'll do this real quick. There we go. No idea what half these characters are. I don't care about half these characters. I only care about, say, Sonny, Kai, Jet. Who's the other one? Effie, like these kind of characters. And we'll throw them in the tier list. If I don't know the name, I'm not going to pay attention to it. But in my house, spoilers. Looking like a lot of spoilers. That's what I'm scared of. But if I just pay it no attention, I feel like I'll be fine. Also, I couldn't find another tier list. Which is a bit buns. If y'all can find another tier list that only goes up to volume 5, or without a lot of spoilers, that'd be great. I would make one. I could make one. Nah, that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort I do not give a fuck about. I'd rather just not care about the characters that aren't going to be important to me. You have ADHD, Joshua. I know. You cannot not pay attention. Yes, I can. Fuck you. To stuff like that, at least. I absolutely can. The fuck? You think I'm going to be trying to focus on anybody that isn't our main crew? You crazy. I find it funny how America would have done the best until it got hit by a demigod. Right. It was not a demigod, it was a lesser god. Can't someone edit that list? Probably. Oh my god, will these people shut the fuck up? Jesus Christ. I don't care. The fuck you... I don't care. Fuck off. My days. You cannot not pay attention. Yes. Fuck you. Yes, I can. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. I just want to know people's insight, since it's only been a short stream so far. That was especially so for the cohorts of the first irregular company, which was supposed to be an elite raid response unit that had been constantly traveled between the various flashpoints to provide support of the ground troops, so upgrading the APC was paramount importance. Actually, I'll do this. I'll just do that instead. We won't do the tier list today. But we could possibly do a tier list stream. And where I will go out my way to make the list themselves. Because I've already got all the images of every characters. I have to. And we'll do arcs and shit. And we'll include other things. Like, different franchises. There we go. I got there in the end. Anyway. The question was which aspect of the Rhino had to be upgraded the most. In the end, Sonny settled on several major upgrades. They were not what he had expected to pick before consulting with a pair of tech specialists. Instead of adding more armor to the Rhino's hull or incorporating a powerful cannon on its forward section, most of the improvements ended up being hidden from sight. The Rhino received a comprehensive overhaul that replaced its already formidable power reactor with a much more potent alternative, which it turned demanded the whole energy transmission system to be torn out and replaced with a more robust one. Among other things, this upgrade vastly improved the logistics of the cohort, since the new spell tech did not need mundane fuel to be recharged by the luster instead. The guy turned out to be useful for something after all. The second major upgrade, unexpectedly, centered entirely around the command and commission site situated in the rear of the vehicle. Sonny did not pay it much attention before, but after receiving input from Kim, he understood how important it was to get hands on a better system. Before the gates opening in Antarctica, communicating with the other units and the command HQ of the evacuation army was going to quickly turn into hell. Being able to maintain a stable connection was more important for the irregulars, since the cohort were meant to act semi-independently while being coordinated by Master Jet from a distance. Luckily, the upgrade reactor was capable of supplying a lot of juice to the communicator suite, so Sonny could easily replace it with a much more advanced and powerful system that, hopefully, would have no problem punching through the massive interference. Rank all important characters you know. Might have been a spoiler, but the comment about the rank was. What chapter are we going up to? We go to 8:30, and then we'll quietly end stream. So I can start setting up the thingy. That was not the message I was expecting. Okay. Okie dokie. Right! Anyway. Luckily... Yep. The added external antennas, both the comically tall Telescope 1 and the more modest parabolic one, would be redacted and hidden beneath the armor at any moment. The third upgrade was the most aesthetic and obscure. It involved extremely advanced spell tech applications, which Sunny did not really understand, so he simply told Samara to choose the best option. It had to do with shielding and insulting the core system with the APC from the terminal effects of the Nightmare Gates production. Everyone knew that Gates messed up technology and electronics in a weird way, but very few people understood how and why. Considering the nature of the chain of nightmares, Sunny had to make sure that the Rhino did not simply stall and die in the middle of nowhere for no apparent reason. So, even though it costed him a painful amount of contribution points, he chose to acquire the most expensive set of countermeasures available. Sunny did not shed a Sunny did not shed a tear only because his subordinates were watching. Before letting the specialist go, he made another acquisition. Knowing what Samara was capable of with the right armament, he decided to enhance her combatant performance by getting his hands on the most powerful mundane weapons available to the members of the 1st Evacuation Army. As a result, the cohort became enlisted to receive incredibly powerful, by standards of mundane soldiers of course, mechanized rifles. The thing was made out of an incredibly tough alloy that included various dampening materials that made its internals more resistant to concussive damage. It was as tall as Samara herself and possessed a long, fearsome barrel. Sunny initially thought that the rifle was a railgun, but it was corrected and found out that it was actually a different type of masked diver known as a coil gun or a glass gun. I want to see Josh try and make sense of the current tier list. Picks don't really matter when you're reading the book, so I can finally put the pre-reading allegations to an end. I don't know if it's going to be long enough for a whole... Well, that's why it's going to be multifaceted and going to include a lot of different franchises. So it will include arcs and characters, right? Arcs, characters, and volumes. Going to be 3 different tier lists. And then we can focus on other shit, right? Like general stories that I've read. You know? I don't think it'll be that bad. Big gun. Yeah, BFG. Oh yeah, we can we get a rating? Oh, can we get a rating without knowing who the characters are? Oh, you want me to... Oh. Are you asking me to rank the characters before knowing them? Is that what you're asking me to do? So... Let me get this straight. Let me get this full screen for you. You want this? You want me to go through this? Wait. Go to template. You want me to read these fuckers and go? Who don't I know? Winter Beast, and go like, yeah, A tier. Fucking love that guy. Fuck knows who he is. But I'm assuming I'm going to meet him very soon, actually, if it's called Winter Beast. But yeah. Or... Broken Sword. I know fucking nothing about him. I know he's cool. I know he used to be a part of, oh my god, why am I forgetting her name? Like, what was he a part of? He part of the crew that got through the 3rd nightmare. There we go. got there in the end. So A tier by design. That kind of thing. That's what y'all want me to do? Just guess this shit? That'd be fine. That'd be really funny, actually. I kind of see why you want me to do that. I kind of see why you want me to do that now. That's really funny. Yes. Yeah, fuck it. Hell yeah, why not? I'll do that now. I don't care. that would definitely spoil a whole lot, though, dog. How many names are on here that are actually... Okay, a couple of these names are a bit fucking weird, like... Definitely spoilery, but I know a fair amount of these, actually. Never mind. I've gone to the parts that I actually no fucking idea of. I also just realized that certain characters are here several times over. Like Sunny and Sunny and Nephis are here not only as just regular ass people, but as saints. So I can pre. Ooh, LO49. That's also here. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Why not? Fuck it. I'll do it at the end of the stream. I'll do it off first impressions. Do it based off the auras of the names alone. First impression ranking. I don't know, kind of iffy. It is iffy, but I kind of fuck with it. It seems really funny. Is it just... it is just the names. It's not really a spoiler. That's true. Nothing here is, like, spoilery. There's a handful of ones that I'm like, ooh! But I don't think it's going to be all that important. Especially since I don't know who the fuck they are. Anyway. The thing was made of an incredible... Oh, yeah, I already read that. He had heard all those words before. He had no idea what the difference was, or that it mattered. All that he needed to know was that the rifle was incredibly powerful and capable of propelling solid slugs forwards with incredible speeds. It could also fire two models, subsonic and supersonic. That's insane. Which could be useful if the cohort had ever wanted to remain discreet. It's all spoilery? Yes, it is. Much spoiler. But alright. It is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. The only thing that's really spoilery for me is the fact that some people just have a face. Like, Urias of the Nine is just a guy. Okay. Heart of Darkness. And then some of these just don't have fucking names. Saint Direfang, Saint Aether, Saint Summer Night, Saint Sorrow, Aura of the Nine doesn't have a fucking picture. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Third time. Yep. No, you're right. I'm a dumbass. But to be fair, you can't even see the other screen because it's connected to my chat. That's probably a fake pic then. Yeah. Because Urias is meant to be a skeleton boy. You already know Urias, lol? Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Technically, the rifle was too heavy and powerful to wield by a human, which was meant... it was meant to be utilized by a soldier encased in a full exoskeleton armor suit, or serve as a light weapon to a small humanoid war platform. But as an awakened, Samara was just strong enough to manage it. After making this exquisition, Sonny let the three specialists go and rubbed his palms together. Then he went forward and spent his remaining contribution points on miscellaneous items and, more importantly, better memories for his soldiers. As a mad grin appeared on Sonny's face, his eyes shone a greedy light. Staring at his communicator, he couldn't help but laugh. Ungrateful brats. Daddy bought you gifts. Don't know about that one, G3. I'll be real with you. 827. Sonny spent a lot of time considering what was the best use of his contribution points allocated to him and by the army. As far as memories were concerned, he had no doubt that the cohort was going to encounter hordes of nightmare creatures in Antarctica. Hopefully, he and his soldiers would survive, which also meant that they could receive a lot of memories and eventually even echoes throughout the campaign. Still, most of those abominations were going to be either dormant or awakened. How powerful the memories could killing each such a creature bring. Additionally, any boon received in battle was bound to be arbitrary, even if it possessed considerable power. Who was to say that the power was even fit the members of the cohort well? So, now there was the best and only chance to get his hands on potent memories that perfectly suited his soldiers and himself. However, nothing was ever simple. Despite the fact the government had been extremely generous, outfitting 6 awakened, let alone a master, was not cheap. If Sonny had not spent the lion's share of contribution points on upgrading the Rhino, he might not be able to acquire a good amount of powerful tools. As it stood, he was desperately short on funds. Can someone wipe his memory after stream? Dog, I'm gonna be talking about a whole different fucking story tomorrow. We failed, gang. It only took him 30 minutes to finish the chapter. J3 having too much fun. Daddy Sonny. Sig, don't worry, his memory isn't good. He'll forget. That is true. My memory is actual dog shit. That's why I write everything down. Well, not everything. I write everything that's important to the chapter down. And then I film a video on it. And then I film it on that camera and post it on the fucking internet. Because that's how I do shit. But bear in mind that. Should be fine. Anyway, let's end the poll. So, what are we gonna do? I should do a Taylor stream. That's fine. Then that means I'll leave this as a whole nother stream then. I'll leave this as a whole different stream, and then I'll do, what's it called? I'll make it more personalized. Like, I won't, like, if there's a character here that I don't know, I'll just won't keep them. You know? Hey, can we fucking not, Zeus? Thank you. No, go to site. It's fine. Yep, that, for anyone wondering which characters are in there. Yep. I like how you got the exact one, too. Good job. Anyway. Where was we at? Oh yeah, chapter 827, Daunting Task. Sonny spent a lot of time considering what was the best to... Oh yeah, echoes throughout the campaign. However, nothing was ever simple, despite the fact... Yep. This was why he had spent several painful decisions. Firstly, he gave up on getting something that he himself could use to choose to concentrate on the needs of his subordinates. That left a really bad taste in my mouth. Zeus gonna slime you out for being so rude. This fucker gonna slime me out. He ain't his dad. Zeus is not Adonis, okay? You're fucking big, though. You're 7 months old. God, that is a spoiler buffet. Yeah. Sonny let out a mournful sigh. There was just no denying it. His personal arsenal was already a bit too outstanding. He had to conceal himself by remembering that his 6 soldiers were, in a sense, an extension of his arsenal. They were meant to become his 6 powerful weapons, so empowering them was the same as empowering himself. Secondly, purchasing echoes were also out of the question. Although there was plenty to choose from, the costs were just too high. Sonny might have considered getting one if it turned out to, if he could turn it into a shadow, but he already knew he had to process the corresponding shadows to his soul seed to transform an echo. So his main goal was to enhance the equipment of his soldiers in a meaningful way. Sadly, even that was mostly out of his reach now. That was if Sonny did not cheat, of course. But why wouldn't I? An ominous smile appeared on his face. Oh, that is a much bigger list. It's actually not that much bigger. He took one of the least bad ones. That one's much worse. I didn't read any names, thankfully. I just saw the list go from, like, here to... I was like, I'll stay away. Especially if it's much worse. Sonny was in a unique position to get most of what he wanted while spending a vastly smaller amount of the contribution points that anyone else had to shell out. After all, he was an aspiring sorcerer. Purchasing dozens of powerful memories might have not been out of his reach, but with some luck, he might not need to. Requesting a powerful ascended sword for Bell would consume a considerable chunk of his remaining contribution points, for example. But purchasing a dormant weapon with a suitable enchantment would not. All he had to do was study its weave and then transplant the enchantment onto the swordsman's current blade. In other words, Sonny planned to treat the memories he purchased as building blocks as powerful tools, as opposed to tools themselves. That way he could get much more value from the contribution points he had possessed. Like, there's a straight up fight described in one of the cards. Ooh, yikes. Okay, maybe we should, maybe we should do that then. Just maybe. The only disadvantage of this approach was would immensely burn Sonny in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, he was willing to try. Even if not all of his attempts of transplanting weaves was going to succeed, he was confident that a sufficient amount would, even if he had chose the right ingredients, of course. Sonny studied the vast list of available memories for a while, then sighed and left the gymnasium as he had inspected the goods personally. Sometimes it was easy to forget that most Awakened did not enjoy his ability to peer into the very essence of memories and receive the handy description of the spell enhanced had supposed to do from the spell. There was something consuming. That was something that consuming the drop of ichor had fallen from the weaver's eye had gifted him. While there was surely an aspect that allowed a select number of people to do something similar, most Awakened simply had to rely on vague feeling and experimentation to unlock the full potential of the memories. Which one? I can't find it. No, it was on, if it was describing a fight, it was basically the second link, and I deleted that. Because I don't remember there being a fight describing that one. It took some convincing to happen, but eventually Sonny was allowed into the main armory of the army's encampment. There, he found several dozens of Awakened busy with paperwork instead of thousands of memories resting on the shelves, waiting to be allocated to various units. The logistics of the whole system were a true nightmare, since memories could only be transferred in person. As a result, each of the assigned to an Awakened supply officer who served as a walking arsenal that was supposed to personally deliver the chosen memory to the recipients when requested. Sonny would have had to look like a complete fool if he demanded each of those officers to manifest their entire inventories for his per usual. He did not maintain such a thing that would forever complete. Luckily, he had narrowed his selection into a comparatively short list of memories that were both cheap and had great potential. Now he had to take a look. At them to make sure that the weaves were suitable and easy to copy. Sonny had a lot of goals, ranging from comparatively simple to achieve to those that required great effort on his part and could end in failure. For example, there was a dormant memory that came into the shape of a straight razor. Its only enchantment, according to the description of the government's database, made it extremely sharp. Trying to hack and slash nightmare creatures with a tiny blade was a receipt for disaster. But what if he could imbue Belle's sword with the same unnatural sharpness? There was a cloak that had no other purpose than to make the wearer weigh less by a couple of kilograms. And in itself, the enchantment was not too useful, but what if it was applied to Dom's unwielding sledgehammer? Better yet, what if he had managed to transplant the Feather of Truth enchantment to the mantle of the underworld to it? Even though Sonny still had trouble working the complex weaves of the Ascendant memory, he felt as though he had a solid chance of success. What if he could purchase 6 cheap charms and enchant each of them with resistance to cold that the memory of ice provided? Thankfully, he could spend his contribution points to receive soul shards required for those manipulations as well. Of course, the task was daunting and complicated. Not only did Sonny have to collect all the necessary ingredients, spend a lot of time and essence to create countless strings of essence, study the new weaves, and actually succeed in replicating them, he also had to take on other factors into account. The differences between passive and active enchantments, the capacity of a memories being changed, the rate of which the awakened soldiers would have had to extend the limits received and reserves of essence to maintain a more powerful effect, the synergy between them. All of these concerns were enough to drive a person mad. Not to mention that he had only several weeks to achieve these ambitious goals while simultaneously overseeing the training of the cohort and performing other important tasks. He probably improved his nascent mastery of sorcery at least. Staring at the confused supply of officers, Sonny rubbed his face and groaned. So much to do. Damn, is being a captain always so stressful? Yes. Fucking hell. I did not realize how long I've been streaming for. Whew. Okay. Nope. There you go. Nope. Fuck. I'm fucking up. I fixed it. Joshua's on a PR. Oh, fuck off. Oh, I'm getting tired. Chapter 828. The Call. Several days later, Sonny was sitting in a mass hall of the military bunker, consuming a generous portion of food without too much enthusiasm. A couple of the other captains of the first regular company, as well as Master Jedi herself, ate with a bit more appetite. Sonny did not look too good. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his whole presence was subdued and lifeless, listless. A telltale sign that someone was running low in essence. At some point, Winter gave him a dubious look and asked, "What's up with you? You look like you're about to topple over." Sonny waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm just tired because of all the stuff I've had to do before we depart. Being an army officer is not a breeze, as it turns out. Who would have thought?" The woman stared at him for a few moments and grinned. "Oh, right. I forgot this is your first time in a commanding position. Have you yet to discover the wonders of deglation?" Master Rifle shook his head. "Randall, Rifle. There are many things that can't be neglected. Plus, you must have known what your subordinates can handle to assign them tasks. I think that you're doing fine, kid." Sonny wanted to retort that he was not a kid, but thought better not after glancing at the grizzled veteran. Vander was almost old enough to be his grandfather. If anyone had the right to regard him as a junior, it was Master Randall. Winter shrugged. That's true. I'm actually impressed by the cohort you've managed to form. It's unexpectedly well-rounded, although I am surprised by several choices that you made. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really? Why? She leaned back and looked at him. Sunny assumed that she was looking at him. In truth, the laid-back beauty could only be staring at anything for her own-fashioned sunglasses. Don't get me wrong, each of us have tried to create a cohort to remain effective in all kinds of situations, but we have our biases. Nevertheless, every cohort except yours tends to lean forward on certain specializations. Take Prey, for example. That slippery bastard recruited all the stealthy creeps from the roster. Siri stared at her with amusement. Why the fuck did you do that? That's concerning. Zeus! Fuck off! Go away! Go to sleep! You are hurting my hand. I have got cuts up and down my wrist from you. Stop! Anyway. Get back to bed. You do know that I'm a creep myself, right? Then he froze for a moment. Wait, that didn't come out right. What I was meant to say is that I am specialized in stealth as well. Winter snorted. Really? You don't look like a backstabber. Sonny crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk. Well, obviously, if I go around looking like a backstabber, people would be on guard against being stabbed in the back, wouldn't they? That just defeats the purpose. Master Randall let out a gruff chuckle. He makes a good point. Zeus will smite you, chill. It's just a cat. That cat is cutting my arm up and down. You can't see it that well, but at least I'll hear my wrist. Not that fun. If you really want to rate them, he should just ignore that one. But it's going to take years. Fuck you. Sonny nodded and then let out a heavy sigh. To tell you the truth, I did my fair share of backstabbing in the past, which rarely helped me survive, but mostly I tend to find myself in situations where I'm surrounded on all sides. Stealth is a powerful tool, but it can only get you so far, so a well-rounded cohort is my best choice, in my opinion. Luckily, my aspect is versatile enough to support all kinds of compositions. He lingered for a bit and then asked with curiosity, what do the other cohorts specialize in? I've been too busy to keep up with what you guys are doing. Ignoring things works mostly fine. It's something in the back of his head when something related comes in a picture and you remember. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense and why you don't want me to do that. That's fair. Winter took a bite of a sandwich, chewed it slowly and shrugged. The usual. Davis went on a stealthy approach. Venerable Vandal. He is all about melee carnage. So is Mustang with the added emphasis on speed and finesse. I'm more of a range superiority gal. They took a bit of you, but is the slight towards robust defense, as well as for our courageous leader. She looked at Master Jet and smiled. Actually, I have no idea. Her cohort's weird. Soul Reaper gave them a nonchalant glance. It's not that it's weird, I just picked up people who can enhance my own battle performance in various ways. We're meant to wipe out the enemy by channeling our deadliest weapon, me, in the most efficient way. She remained silent for a few seconds. In any case, there are only several days before we have to board the ships. Once we do, most of our decision power will be gone. Any additional preparations we'll be able to make the sea are going to be limited a specific direction. So, now is your last chance to account for things you might have missed. The captains looked at each other with a somber expression, and after a long pause, Sonny asked, "Any suggestions?" Master Jet thought for a bit. "You are not too familiar with how the gates affect us, are you?" He shrugged. "I know the basics, I guess." Randall shook his head. "That's not really enough. For us government officials, a big part of our duty has to do with containing the nightmare gates, so we know them the best. You are a master, so have you experienced the call at least once, correct?" Sonny courteously nodded. He had indeed experienced the strange pull of the gates and seeds exerted unawakened. It felt the nightmare was calling to him. The grizzled veteran continued with a growl. Well, the call does not just affect the mind, it exerts a very substantial influence on reality as well. Namely, that it can mess with your tether to the dream realm's anchor. Sonny scratched the back of his head. He knew about the strange anomaly, of course, but he had never encountered it himself. How severe is the interference? The old master lingered for a second. Not too severe, but it grows worse the closer you get to the gate. In the immediate area around it, the call overrides both the tether and the anchor. What it means is that you have to decide to jump into the dream realm near the active gate. You'll be pulled forward to its seed instead of your citadel. Same goes for the awakened who fall asleep in your vicinity. He paused and then added, actually, we often make use of that properly if the gate manifests in a populated area and needs to close quickly. We can dispatch the cohort of challengers to the seed through a call. That's insane. That's batshit. What the fuck? A saint might help out and bring them there immediately, or they can wait until the first wave of nightmare creatures is cleared and take a nap. Although that is more dangerous, since the challengers will have to search each other and the seed is potentially a hostile region in the dream realm. Like 3Ds are major spoilers as well. Alright, I'll just make my own tier list then. It's fine. Master Jet sighed. That is not important right now. Usually, it is not too difficult to avoid being displaced by a call. All awakened have to do is maintain a bit of distance between themselves and the gate. However, her expression darkened. With how many gates are expected to manifest during the chain of nightmares, who knows what the situation will be. We'll have to keep the potential danger in mind and manage the sleep schedule of our soldiers. Least they are whisked away. I advise each of you to stock up on stimulants at least. Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking eventually that he rubbed his face and said in a somber tone, I'll take that into account. I'm gonna make this the last chapter of the stream. And then I'm probably gonna go to bed, cause fuck, I'm tired now. That, and I've read a lot more chapters than I usually do. I don't think I've read this amount since the final stream of Volume 4. Darren, for example, is also terrible because there's 2 versions. Yeah, Quebs, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna remember that message. Quebs, I'll be so real, I'm not gonna remember that message. Yeah, big names are there. That's fair. Anyway, chapter 829, Battle Scars. On the second and last day before the departure of the first evacuation army, Sonny and his cohort had nothing much to do. The gymnasium they had used had actually been dismantled the previous night, so it was impossible for them to continue training. Of course, Sonny had come up with the innovative way to put his soldiers through more grief, but he had eventually decided against it. Instead, he gathered them on the wall of the port fortress for an improvised panic. Leaving the northern quadrant was a big occasion, especially considering that they were going to war. This was probably going to be the last chance to relax and enjoy themselves in a complete safety, so it would have been a shame to miss it. The cohort enjoyed a lavish meal, consisting of various tasty dishes Sonny had commandeered from the officers' mass hall. There were even beverages that were technically prohibited by army regulations, even though they had very limited effect on awakened. The 7 of them watched as heavy containers were being loaded onto the massive ships with in wistful silence. Well, the 6 of them did. Luster, meanwhile, was secretly goggling Samara. After a few moments of silence, the tall woman suddenly said in an even tone, "What are you staring at?" The young man flinched awkwardly and looked away. That's a wicked scar you have. How did you get it, Sam?" Samara indeed had a prominent scar that stretched all the way to her shoulder from her forearm. Since the sleeve of her bodysuit was currently rolled up, a part of it was on display. She briefly glanced down at her arm and shrugged. "When I was around your age, there was a gateway that opened on top of the unfinished Syria barrier. As one of the closest awakened at the site, I was one of the first responders. We held the nightmare creatures off while the construction crew were evacuating. Anyway, there was an explosion and I got thrown over the edge. Luckily, my arm got caught on some scaffolding. It hurts like hell, but at least I didn't fall all the way down to the ground and turned into a puddle." Luster blinked a couple of times and grinned. "Oh, that's nothing. I had my entire right arm bitten off once." A giant stone worm somehow tunneled under the cathedral I was anchored in, and then emerged underground, submerged underground, swallowing the gateway in one go. Those of us who had survived had to fight it off, but that was when we got stuck in the pieces of the rubble surrounded by a swarm of small worms. He paled a little. Smaller, compared to the first one, of course. Each of them was at least 10 meters long. Actually, the only good thing about the bastard was that it could only move through soil, so we were safe as long as we remained on top of chunks of stone. We did so for a good couple of weeks, but then our food and water gone. We had to make a run for it. I killed an entire worm myself, but before the damn thing gobbled up my arm. Luster was fortunate that he had lost his limited dream realm. Although it may have caused a lot of damage to his physical body, he had not been crippled for life. A huge appeal of watching Josh's videos and streams are his furious. Yeah, that's true. It is and it isn't. Nah, let's be honest, it is. The young man looked around, then gave Belle a cocky smile. "What about you? What's the worst thing you've been hurt?" "The sword's been fought for a bit. Well, I guess a few years back I was stationed at a remote research outpost all the way out there in the wilderness. We had a gate open nearby and the entire facility ended up being overrun, so I was pretty much the only one to survive by the nightmare creatures were on my heels. I had no means of contact of HQ as well. The nearest human settlement was half of 1,000 kilometers away. The amused smile appeared on his face. It took me about a month to reach it on foot. Those pursuing abominations were easy enough to deal with, but the air. Suffice to say, by the end, I was constantly coughing up chunks of my own lungs. That was the worst of it, I have to say. Luckily, a condescending healer lent me a hand and helped me recover. A disturbed silence settled over the cohort. A few moments later, Dawn suddenly snorted. That reminds me of my solstice. The very first nightmare creature that I stumbled upon to manage to thoroughly crush both my legs. I had to drag myself through the mud for 2 entire weeks and then slowly and painfully crawl and get to the nearest citadel. That was many years ago, of course. No abomination has managed to do much as a number on me ever since. Since everyone seemed in the mood to boast about their battle scars, Quentin hesitated for a bit and then decided to share a story as well. I was captured by a nightmare creature that looked like a giant spider once. It put me in an impregnable cocoon and filled it with a digestive liquid. It turned me into an easily consumable slush, as spiders do. The problem was I was able to heal myself a little bit faster than the acid was dissolving me. Still, after several weeks of that, my patience grew really thin. Ugh! Oh! Could well be. I'll say it like this, Josh is clearly not an idiot. He gets a lot of stuff from the little he knows. If he gets knowledge, even if he doesn't pay attention, it somewhat ruins the read ahead. I don't know what half y'all talk about anymore. Kim looked at him in horror. How did you manage to escape? The gallant man smiled. Well, while the acid was slowly corroding my body, I was slowly corroding the cocoon. It gave out before I did. Fortunately, however, I failed to avenge the other victims and killed the spider. It's still out there. Somewhere. I hope that we'll meet again one day. Kim looked down and sighed. I actually never hurt my body too badly. There was this one time where my entire cohort contracted a strange plague, though it was a really contagious disease, and it quickly spread the entire Citadel. Many people died in agony. Eventually, we found out that the plague was manifested by a bizarre terror. Once we did, a saint of the Great Clan Song arrived and somehow managed to destroy it. I, as well as others who were still alive, were spared. Luster patted the young woman on the shoulder. You did well, Kimmy. Then he looked at Sunny and hesitated for a few moments and cautiously asked, what about you, Captain? Have you ever been hurt badly before? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Oh, let me think. I had my ribcage crushed once, I guess. I was disemboweled, poisoned, burnt, drowned one time. I was even burned and drowned at the same time. Luster blinked. How could anyone be burned and drowned at the same time? Easy. Sunny gave him a lively smile. Easily. You need to be drowning in molten metal. But the very worst physical pain I'd ever received was getting beheaded, I guess. That one really stung. Honestly, I do not recommend getting decapitated. If you avoid it, it's not really worth it in most cases. The six awakened were staring at him with strange expressions. Sunny cleared his throat. What? It's true, isn't it? Trust me, I should know. I forget Sunny's been beheaded. I often forget Sunny has lost his head. Anyway, I feel like, for the time being, for today, 4 hours in, we can put stream for a close now. And that is almost entirely because the music has been derailing my brain. I've got the same tune in my head like 8 times. Oh my days. Right. That was fun. I like learning a bit more about the cohort. Learning how gates function in correlation to just mundane human beings and people and shit is weird and interesting. I don't know if it's gonna come in handy, though. I feel like if you have a tethered gateway, like Sunny does, it can come in handy just jumping into one of the gates. But I don't see any greater appeal than that, especially now that he's going to be a leader of a cohort. I'm enjoying the presence of the cohort. Luster's a bit annoying, but I like everybody else. Everyone else is fine. Bear in mind that I don't really have that much to say, you know? Let's see if I can get up the names. Because if there's anything I'm bad at, it's fucking names. Especially the fact I'm not writing this down. Not right now, at the very least. I'm gonna have to reread these chapters tonight to actually get their names in my head. Okay. Alright, it was Quentin, it was Dawn, it was Kimmy, it was Samara, it was Luster, and it was someone else. Wait, didn't we Belle, that's it, Belle. Thank you very much. But, you know, they're all fun. Can't wait to learn a bit more about their personalities. Their aspects are fucking just something else. I feel like I'll be really annoyed with G3 if they aren't actually properly used to the best ability. Everyone forgets Bell. That sucks. I hate that. Because he's got a really cool ability. Oh yeah, you guys are a little too... Thank you, Magikarp. I'm just going to copy that into the Discord server. And I hope to God everybody just kind of ignores it for a bit. Shadow Slave. If you're new and want to, I have once again forgot to add both. I forgot to add the Discord into the chat again. That's on me. My bad. My bad, chat. Give me a minute. Again, if you're new and you'll want to. YouTube Studio. And my thingy is lying to me. Content. Live stream. You. Alright, there we go. It's been added. The Sunny Glaze, really funny. I really fuck with the Sunny Glaze. Can't get enough of it. Even the accidental glaze. Like, Sunny being like, being headed sucks. Being drowned and melted alive is not fun either. You know, just really funny things that actually just, like, catch up to Sunny, I guess. Is all something that I kind of fuck with. I'll throw this here. Why not? And yeah, overall, I'd say pretty good. Pretty good, like, what? 20 chapters we've read? Anyway, I'm gonna leave the stream here. Thank you for everybody for watching. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you're new. There's some good glazes in this volume. Good, because they're pretty good so far. But for now, I'll see y'all tomorrow with the beginning after the end. And maybe a little bit of